Like, relax.
You're out on it altogether.
It's so dumb.
You wouldn't do it?
No. Why do I need to jump through a table? It's a football game.
I'm with Pat on this one. I ain't jumping through the table.
Oh, I'm not doing it. No way. But
Evan?
I don't think I would be.
Are you a table jumper?
I don't think so, no. I mean, if we did it for the show and there was padding underneath,
No, we're not doing it for the show because I'm not trying to hurt myself.
The only person I could see on our show doing it is Pat, which is why I'm surprised he wouldn't do it. I can see you do it for the plot.
I can see Cece pushing Nuno off of the van into the table.
I would gladly.
Cece would like choke slam Nuno through the table.
Yeah. That would, like, he's like the Undertaker.
That is the only time you would get me to actually jump through the table. If I had a chance to clothesline Nuno and dump him on the table.
No, you got to go choke slam and then throw him to the ground.
I would love to do it. You could get me to jump through the table if I could do that.
Nuno, what do you think? Good for the show. Get choke slammed through a table?
Thankfully, legal's not going to clear that, so we're good.
Okay. Next one, Pat.
I can see you doing it too, Evan.
I would miss.
Oh, there's 100% chance of injury for me.
Somebody else would catch me in the air.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
Yeah, actually, Cece, I can see you doing it too. You would break the table.
No, I'm not doing it. I'm not jumping
off
the
Smalls,
table.
you have your coffee over there?
Oh, boy.
All right, next one. Anything else, Pat?
Yeah, I don't want to hear the Harry Douglas bird call anymore because Kirk Cousins and the Falcons stink and they're frauds.
Yeah, that's a terrible loss yesterday. That was brutal. We're unsportsmanlike.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6759. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 five-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6759. That's 800-575-6759. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
7 o'clock in St. Louis. You're listening to TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Welcome to the Munganess St. Louis Acura. Munganess Burkhardt, Alton Toyota, 7 o'clock hour. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you. Chairman Kurt prepared to take your phone calls on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Doug, you want the phone calls on a Monday morning? You got it.
Okay, let's take the phone calls because I'm not going to be much good to you.
What's the problem?
Really?
Mizzou lost. Mike Tyson lost. The St. Louis Chiefs lost. It was a rough weekend, Timmy.
Rank them. Rank them.
Mizzou, most painful.
Really? Over Tyson?
Chiefs, second most painful since they're our club.
Right.
And then Tyson, third.
There's your Mount Rushmore, Sans Teddy Roosevelt from Doug Vaughn on this dreary Monday morning in St. Louis. But we will lift your spirits with a Jim Dandy of a dossier. Jackson Burkett, tell the audience what you have prepared in your oven over the weekend.
Well, there's a lot of opinions and discussions. I got to turn my headphones up.
Boy, I think people are going to start texting each other to tune into 101 after they hear that.
A lot to discuss. So much to discuss. I don't know if 4 hours can cover it. But at 8:15, we'll have Chris Kerber. At 9 o'clock, we'll have Gabe DeArmond. And in between that, opinions, thoughts.
And banter?
Live phone calls.
Okay.
Light vamping?
Vamping, complaints left and right.
There's grievances?
Well, there will.
Are you going to go after the grocery store community again?
People will air their grievances to us.
Okay.
We'll be like a conduit.
All right, Callier and Thompson phone lines. Load them up. That's what Doug wants. 314-974-0101. You can text into the program via the Air Comfort Service text inbox, 314-399-9646. And then we have two different YouTube chats that are already active, youtube.com/TMASTL and the 101 ESPN YouTube chat. Pick your neighborhood. Chairman Kurt, is it still Webster Groves and Cottleville, or are those still your analogies, or what are we going with here today?
We might be having 101 trending more towards like Hillsboro.
Oh
Well, there's been a shift.
It's been a shift.
Call the Census Bureau for an update here.
The 101 ESPN chat is now Hillsboro, and the TMASTL, is that still Webster Groves?
South City, 109.
Oh, wow. 63109, Doug, that's my turf.
yeah, Webster's 63119, I think.
I think that's right.
Let's just read area codes. Zip codes.
That's not a bad idea.
It's not a bad idea at all.
No.
Doug, what has your dauber down? I'm going to coach you through it, and then Martin will lift
The
your
Mizzou
spirit.
game's got my dauber down. That was in the bag, Tim. Had that. Stop him for 1 minute. Stop him on that last play. That might have been enough. I mean, what, missed 4 tackles on the last touchdown run?
Give or take.
Yeah, if they stop him on that play, maybe South Carolina gets one more play off and then probably has to kick a field goal. That was heartbreaking. Weren't you heartbroken? I was heartbroken.
So here is how we were about to go to the big first grade parents party.
Oh, yeah, don't bury the lead.
Yeah, I know. I kind of felt like Doug stole my thunder there, and I wanted to spend the first half hour on it. And they had just called the timeout, and I'm freshening up. I'm combing my hair, and my wife says, "If they lose, are you going to be depressed?" And I said, "I don't think so, and here's my reasoning. Deep down, deep in my soul, my Irish-American soul, my ancestors, just like Martin's, just really taken to task at Ellis Island."
Taken to task.
We've never recovered. We've never recovered.
Deep down, I thought they were playing for like the Citrus Bowl or Gator Bowl.
So it didn't matter big picture.
That's the now. However, had they been a one-loss team and they lost that way, I don't think I go to the first grade parents party.
No.
You see what I'm saying?
chance, yeah.
Chairman Kurt, you're nodding. Are you nodding because we're in an alliance, or are you nodding because you feel me?
No, I feel you. That one stung. I'm still.
You're still hurting, but I'm saying I didn't really like even.
I
If
don't think he followed the narrative. I don't think. Chairman, I think what Tim is saying is it stung, but it did not have a next level sting.
Right.
Because in the big picture,
they weren't going to go to the college football playoff.
Right.
As much as I, of course, subscribe to your, if Tennessee beat Georgia, and
we
then
still
all
have the
things
charts and graphs.
Yeah, those will be gone today.
Those are going to be removed from the studio. Jamie Rivers is going to break it over his knee like Bo Jackson with a bat. So deep down, as much as it stung, I didn't really think it ended the season. The season probably ended in Tuscaloosa, Alabama. With that said, the way the offense played, in particular in the second half, I mean, there would be nothing to talk about offensively in the first half, in particular in the second half, the way they were able to run the same damn play, and it was kind of Auburn against Missouri in the SEC championship game, and move the football on the ground was incredible. And had they been able to do that against A&M and Alabama, I think maybe it would have smarted more, because they may have won one of those games, as crazy as it sounds, considering how much they were blown out by. But specifically on the play of Cook to Burden on 4th and 5, had that won the game, that is a play that lives in Missouri football history, lore. And that got me out of my chair, just like when I screamed, ball!
Oh, yeah.
When Oklahoma fumbled.
And they heard you and got on it.
And they got on it. And I was at the Auburn and Vanderbilt games. So in that sense, even though it's a disappointing year, they thrilled the hell out of fans for at least 4 of the games. I don't know if the Boston College game was thrilling, but I thought offensively that was the best they had looked by far in the second half, and that was incredibly exciting. Unfortunately, the defense at the end of the first half and the defense at the end of the game could not stop Lenora Sellers in South Carolina. He had a 216 quarterback rating.
If I told you, gentlemen, on Friday, Brady Cook would play and they would score 30 points, you would have laughed at me, right? Against South Carolina on the road, the way they'd played in their big games on the road. You would have taken that in a heartbeat.
And if you would have told me they scored 6 points in the first half, I would have told you that's about right.
Yeah, about right. 21-6. I did hear the Gervino Drinkwitz 4-second interview at halftime, and he said they had some things to work on. So I knew that they had them kind of where they wanted them, Tim. That was kind of the plan all along, was to be down by 15 on the road at the half. It was all part of the plan.
But then to score the go-ahead touchdown with, a minute 10 to go, think you got it, and just to let it go completely after that, that's I am bummed out about it. And with all the other teams that were ranked losing, maybe they move up to 16 or 17, 18, something like that. And then you win the last 2, and with a little bit more help, you get out these charts. You just look at what had to happen, and who knows? Not that they had any chance at all to go anywhere in the playoffs had they gotten there. But still would have been fun to be a part of it.
In that sense, I agree. But because they had been blown out by the 2 teams they played that are in the playoff mix, it just was never going to happen. Realistically, there was just no way they were ever going to put Missouri. I mean, you're already going to have a situation, and I think it's going to come down to maybe a Tennessee, Ole Miss, maybe A&M against Indiana with 1 loss conversation. I think that's where you're going to have all hell break loose. I think. Because you'll have Ohio State and Oregon play in the Big Ten Championship. Most likely, who knows, maybe Indiana stuns Ohio State and Columbus this weekend. Jackson or Chairman, can you pull the spread on that? I know Missouri's favored by 8 at Mississippi State. But just Missouri at 10-2 with getting blown off the field, and their signature win, I guess, at that point would have been South Carolina. Which would have been a 4-loss team. I don't think, and who knows, they might lose to Clemson. I just don't think that would have gotten them there. So that's why I'm not as upset. I've observed through either people covering the team or fans that some are in my mindset that, they really weren't going anywhere, and so it's disappointing, but at least they played well offensively, to more in your category, Doug, where they're, heartbroken by it. But deep down, I just didn't think it was ever going to happen with the playoff. And so it's similar to, I guess I could draw an analogy to this. The 4th and 17 play against Florida last year, that was great, but it wasn't like bringing them any closer to a championship. If this were 2024 when that happened, it probably would have put them in the playoff, and had they not converted it, they wouldn't have gone to the playoff. And I don't care about bowls, and I think most people of a certain age and younger don't really care about bowls, and I felt like that was more about a bowl on Saturday. And this thing with a 10-win season, Doug, could you spit on it and shove it somewhere real nice like for me? Because sweet mother of mercy, this 10-win season thing. I can't believe
You mean if they went out and then won a bowl game and they won a parade for the 10 wins?
Oh, my God. Do you know how many 10-win seasons Missouri had before 2007? Anybody? Nurse? I have the
Can
answer.
we have a hint?
You should take a guess. Fire something on net.
Before 2007?
Before 2007. In the history one.
Yeah.
And you know why?
Why?
They won an Orange Bowl or something.
Because they used to play. I mean, the first
play
Missouri
8 or
football
9
season,
games.
they played 3 games. They played 3 games. So it'd be the 7th 10-win season. And they've all come since 2007 because they now play 12 regular season games, and you play butt asses for at least a quarter of the schedule, if not a third of the schedule.
3 games was an ambitious schedule.
Oh, my God. For the life of me, that BS narrative of a 10-win season, stop it. For God's sakes, in 1960, they won 10 games, and then they had something happen with the Kansas game where it was
Illegal player or something?
So they wound up being undefeated, but they actually lost to Kansas.
Yeah.
So this is like if you played the Fab Five in the 1990s and you counted as a win. But they actually had to go to Penn State, and they had to go to Air Force, and they had to host SMU, plus the Big 8 schedule. So that was an accomplishment. And in 2007, it was obviously an accomplishment. But you can't tell me that this 10-win season would be some kind of success story. Hell, even before they lost to South Carolina. We had the Gallup poll last week, and I think 70% of fans said it's been a disappointment. That's before they. So I can't do this reverse engineering, spin it into something great because they won 10 games. Who the hell they beat to win 10 games? If you add it up with Mississippi State and Arkansas in a bowl game in which a bunch of backups will be playing, plus beating Vanderbilt, UMass, Buffalo, and Murray State, and we're going to talk about that being a 10-win season like it's up there with other seasons. Doug, shove that somewhere real nice
Come
for
on,
me. I
stop
need
telling
you
me to shove things.
In all honesty, dude, is this like a fantasy right now?
Oh.
I think for Mizzou fans, there's the historical, hey, we never win 9-10 games, but this was different. This was a team.
Well, that's because you never played 12
I know, but I'm
games
saying, I understand the longtime fan who says, well, we've had so many crappy teams, I'm not going to be upset by 9 or 10. But this season was set up to be different.
Right.
And every once in a while, you want this Mizzou team. You're not expecting them to be Alabama. You're not expecting them to be at the caliber of a Texas. But every once in a while, contend for a title like the 07 team did.
The 13 team did.
And now you have a playoff format that opens the door a little bit, and you have all this returning talent. I think it's major disappointment. Even if you win 10 games, it's still way short of what was possible with this roster. I felt that way after the Luther Burden play. I said to myself, man, I wish they would have gotten him the ball more this year. I wish we've seen more of this. He's got 53 catches, 574. Okay. Still a special talent, NFL first-round pick. I'm looking at his Mizzou career and saying, man, I just feel like they could add more there. Kind of like this whole year, and it's all going to be gone after this year. And I think that's the disappointment.
I think Brady Cook was risk-averse and didn't want to throw picks, and that's the thing that Drew Pine did. I'm not saying that, oh, boy, Drew Pine would have been great. That's not what I'm saying. But Drew Pine just kind of threw it up there at the end of the Oklahoma game because they had to. And on 4th and 5, he threw it up, and Burden made a hell of a catch. My God, that play was just incredible. But what I'm saying is the disappointment stems from not really even Saturday so much as how they played against A&M, how they played against Alabama. And I realize part of the Alabama issue was Cook getting hurt. But also against Vanderbilt and against Auburn and against Oklahoma. So if in the context of last season versus this season, the thing that impressed me so much about last season is they battled against an LSU team and the Heisman Trophy winning quarterback, and they battled between the hedges. They were in every single game. I don't really get as excited as some Missouri fans do about the Ohio State game, but I know that they do, and God bless them. I just don't think they really played the real Ohio State team, and they beat the hell out of a Tennessee team. So that's how I hold up the 2 seasons. They played with fire one too many times, and they got burned. To their credit, they would bounce back after these halftime deficits. If I'm not mistaken, they have 1 first-half touchdown against SEC opponents.
I heard Mike Kelly say, I think it might have been 0. I think he was saying, was there a stat for that again in SEC games?
They absolutely had one against Vanderbilt.
Okay.
I bore witness to it. Luther Burden across the middle, wide open.
Because I wrote down a note, because he said it during the...
But they definitely didn't have one against A&M. They didn't have one against Alabama. They didn't have one against Auburn. And I don't believe they had one against Oklahoma. But, Martin, you said that was a plan.
Well, it was all part of the plan.
So then they didn't have one this past Saturday.
I didn't think Drinkwitz seemed devastated. And his phrase kept, well, we're disappointed, we're not devastated. We're disappointed, we're not devastated. I thought as much of a kick to the gut as that game was, and maybe it's because they had the same thought. Well, big picture, even though the coach was saying a week ago we're in that conversation, maybe they didn't really believe it. Did you get that sense watching coach and quarterback that they weren't devastated by that loss?
I think in part some of the questions to Brady Cook and Eli Drinkwitz about resilience and how hard they played kind of set them up for...
We didn't have a savvy, sarcastic columnist there to poke them. We really didn't.
So, if you're asked about how resilient the team is and bouncing back in the second half, it doesn't allow you to really, But if you were asked after you guys battled back and you have that signature 4th and 5 play... and you're on the precipice of advancing to 8-2 with 2 winnable games there, it's all in front of you. Is this the most devastated you've been in a Missouri uniform? Then I think that frames things and allows them to reflect a little differently than how resilient is this team to once again respond to a halftime deficit.
There were a lot of questions about receiving the ball after the opening coin flip. There was a couple of questions about when did you decide to take the ball. Remember how they took the ball? They won the coin flip, and they usually teams usually defer. Yeah. Each coach and quarterback were both asked about that, and I thought, I don't think that really affected.
Wasn't the key to the game.
It didn't really seem to.
They can still get wins over Mississippi State and Arkansas and get that coveted 9-win season and have a parade down Stadium Boulevard.
Yeah. And get to a bowl game. They're bowl bound. And then they'll be 10-2.
Yeah, see that in the dossier. It says bowl-bound T-shirt giveaway. That's what we're doing.
I was hopeful that I'd have some to bring in, and they didn't make it from the printer yet. So later in the week, we'll have the bowl-bound T-shirts. Luther Burden, will you play in that bowl game, Luther? Doug, can you play the role of Luther Burden?
We'll see. I'll see what my representative says. See how much more NIL money James Carlton can get to me and make my decision at that point.
Theo Weiss, are you interested?
I would say no for both of them.
Okay. Yeah. So
if I was their agent or parent, I would say, let's not do it.
And then if they play Illinois and lose Illinois, then I would imagine Missouri fans will say, well, they didn't have Burden or Weiss. Yeah. And then I'll go, hey, remember the Ohio State conversation? And then I will continue to be the bad guy. But you know what, Doug? I'm not running for office around here.
Gosh.
Call in 314-974-0101. Collier and Thompson phone lines. Air Comfort Service text line 314-399-9646. Call in, text in, participate in the YouTube chat. TMA STL is South City now, 63109, and the 101 ESPN YouTube chat is Hillsboro, so you get to pick your jurisdiction per Chairman Kurt. Jackson, what business do we have to tend to?
It'll be taken care of in the commercial break, Tim.
All right. The dossier, it looks wonderful. It's a wide-open dossier on a Monday morning so we can lift Doug's spirits. That's what this program is about today.
Needs it. My dauber's down.
Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt with you on the program. Load up the Collier and Thompson phone lines at 314-974-0101. Text into the program, participate in the YouTube chat, and email in for the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. This is the Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. Oh, yes. Aesthetic Design and Build. They've been to my house. I've been to their showroom, and I know Dan and his team, and I recommend them to you. They've been building high-quality custom decks and outdoor living spaces now for over 30 years. His team, well, they can show you around that showroom in Chesterfield Valley, and they walked me through all of the different types of custom work they're able to do for you, from a full-on custom deck, adding on a pergola, or even taking you out and showing you how they can cover your patio with retractable screens if your sunlight just blocks out the enjoyment of being outdoors with your family. The best thing is they don't take the high-pressure sales route or come back weeks later with those gimmicky discounts. They encourage you to go out and do your research, and they're confident that once you compare the work that they do with what else is out there, you will see they are the better choice. It's Aesthetic Design and Build online at aestheticdesignandbuild.com, or call them at 636-532-5008. It's Aesthetic Design and Build. Let them know I sent you their way. Welcome back. It's TMA presented to you by Brown & Crouppen. Munganess, St. Louis Acura, Munganess, Burkhardt, Alton, Toyota. 7 o'clock hour. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you. And Chairman Kurt is standing by to take your calls. I mean, you go on the air right away, the filtering process. Doug, you think it should be a little more thorough. 314-974-0101. Are there any processes that you would like to have Chairman Kurt put the callers through before they're just put on the 101 ESPN phone?
No. It's more fun just to see what they got.
Maybe ask them if they went to Mizzou. Let's start with that, because they should probably get to the front of the line.
Good for you, Martin. You're getting on board.
They were at the Palmetto State. Mike Kelly said that a couple of times.
Palmetto State.
And I said, the Palmetto State. It's a tree. It's a tree in South Carolina. Palmetto State sounds like a Mizzou basketball opponent, doesn't it? They'll play Palmetto State this Friday.
Mizzou and Chiefs L's this weekend. Chef's kiss. Perfect weekend, brothers. That's from the 314. Wow. So that is somebody who's anti-Missouri and anti the Missouri Chiefs. Doug, I actually found myself pulling for the Chiefs.
Yeah, me too.
Not because of, the fact that they're from Missouri, but because I'm like, it would be fun if they were undefeated and got to the Super Bowl and then the Lions could beat them there. That's what I was kind of thinking.
I like the Bills going for it on that 4th and 2 because the safe move, if they kick a field goal, they're up 5.
And you know it's happening then.
You're going to give Mahomes the ball. So credit to Sean McDermott and Buffalo for saying, we know the drill.
A rare Sean McDermott coaching praise.
Like a 5-point lead does you nothing against Mahomes. So they go for it, and it turns out, as Jim Nantz said, the play of the year with Josh Allen running it in.
I saw something where the Lions are now the Super Bowl favorites.
See that.
Overtaking the Chiefs. But they've got a bunch of injuries. The Lions have got 5 or 6 key players out hurt now, so they may not be as good late in the season as they were early.
I don't want to sidetrack the show because I'm still new here. But Jackson has audio, and listed on the audio, number 9.
Audio clip 9.
After defeating Cal, Syracuse coach Fran Brown celebrates being able to take a shower. Winners get washed is the hashtag. Is that his hashtag as a coach?
Yeah, we played the audio last week of him saying that after a loss, he feels like he doesn't deserve soap and that he doesn't take a shower, but they beat Cal.
So now he's rewarding himself with a shower.
Correct.
Should we hear that now?
Sure, why not?
Okay.
My hat's off to them again, man. They are just a really good football team. And like I told you, it was going to go into the 4th quarter.
No
because
question.
That's what the ACC is. It's all about creating greatness here,
I dig it, Coach. Enjoy your shower, all right, baby?
Yeah, I'm about to get wise.
I know that's...
Winners get wild.
Enjoy your shower, Tim.
All right, Trevor Scales, good stuff, and we thank Coach Brown for his time. Winners get washed.
Good stuff.
Has there ever been a sideline interview before where the reporter says, enjoy your shower?
Baby.
Enjoy your shower, baby.
I like that. Winners get washed.
Enjoy your shower.
I encourage people to watch the video. It's really funny.
Detroit Lions plus 400 to win the Super Bowl. The Missouri Chiefs plus 425. Buffalo Bills plus 650. Ravens plus 750. And Rich Gould's Philadelphia Eagles plus 750. Dan Orlovsky, go piss up our rope.
What's the game you want to see? Lions Chiefs. Is there any Bills Lions? Yeah, Rust Bowl kind of.
See, that's the thing. I like having an Alabama, New York Yankees. I like when they're Patriots. I like having a dynasty, and the Chiefs are looking to be that dynasty. I think you can make the case they're already in that mode. Have the greatest of all time go up against the upstart that has been a laughing stock in the NFL for decades. I'd like to see it. I think a lot of people like that.
Who's the greatest of all time? Mahomes, you think?
Have one of the greatest of all time.
Okay. We're good teams. Okay.
Mahomes go up against.
Yeah.
Doug seems a little feisty, I think.
No, I was just wondering. You said they could have the greatest of all time go up against another team.
You're like a Twitter account come to life.
I didn't know if you were talking about a player or the tight end or the coach or the team or what.
Mount Rushmore of NFL players go.
You looking to get washed?
Second Mount Rushmore, and it's only 725.
Mount Rushmore. Okay. Jim Brown. It's got to be on there. Jim Brown. Johnny Unitas.
It's going to resonate with the youngs.
What about Mel Gray and Jim Hart? Just to round it out.
I don't think they get in. I just don't think they get in.
Refrigerator Perry?
Probably not in there. Maybe Jerry Rice. Dick Butkus.
Tony Bank?
Was that a real? Did you take a real run at it?
I took a real shot at it.
Jackson with Mizzou dead. Are you ready for some Battlehawk talk? Unless the UFL is broke because the Army wants a refund. That's from the Hunchback of Vaughn Castle. Yeah, there is some issue with the Army wanting a refund on its advertising from the UFL. I'd like to think that
all sales are final.
Well, I don't know what the refund policy is on UFL advertising. Are you ready for Battlehawk talk now?
I guess.
AJ McKernan out. That was the big announcement on Friday.
Yeah.
Did we carry that live?
I just figured out who he was. It's kind of.
Oh my gosh! What is this guy's deal?
Well, I knew who he was, but recognized him sans helmet. That just happened like a week ago, and now he's not here. So I feel it's kind of fruitless. Yeah, sucks.
Wow. Who's going to be the signal caller?
Maybe Brady
Cook.
What do you think? Does that open the door? I'm sure he'd love to have an opportunity at the NFL level, but if he doesn't, that's a win. I mean, in all seriousness, if you're the Battlehawks, it makes total sense.
Very popular pick there, yeah.
I work with St. Louis Chiefs fans. It's so satisfying to watch those Chiefs lose. That's Eric in the Central West End, who Jackson finds attractive but is not attracted to.
Bingo.
Is there a reason not to like the Chiefs other than the fact that other people do like them and kind of claim them as our team? Because
call in with your answer to Doug's fair question.
Well, I think if a fan base gets obnoxious, it can be a turnoff. I think we've seen that.
I think it's the Clark Hunt of it all, the whole vote situation.
Yeah, but what percentage of the population is aware of that?
Not enough.
And we're coming up on 8 years removed from that now, and people might have kind of forgotten that.
I guess people's wounds heal faster than mine.
Oh, sorry.
Okay.
What's going on in that studio this morning? That's from the Crystal City Clam Hammer.
Talking. Guys talking.
Cute guys talking.
Yeah, near microphones, close as possible.
Talkers get showers.
That's right.
It's one of our lingos around here.
You guys ever shower after a show?
Put that off.
Because I wouldn't be there if you are.
We don't
Put that part off.
We don't deserve it.
Mizzou under 9.5 wins was a lock. That's from Steven time. Doug, I did hit both of my season-long bets. I'm not necessarily happy about hitting one of them. One of them was Mizzou under 9.5 wins on the season, and the other was Georgia under 10.5 wins on the season, and you only count the regular season in Las Vegas for the record. Season long, I fared all right, but I didn't bet it because I didn't want to be cheering against Missouri.
I watched a little of the Georgia-Tennessee game, remembering that you love Georgia, and they came through for you, too.
What was the spread in that game?
I actually bet it, and I got it at 8.
Oh, really?
But I think when we were talking about it on the show, I think you had it at 10?
I think it was 9.5. Yeah, I had it at 9.5 on Friday.
Okay.
The chairman is asking people, where'd you go to college? I was kidding. But he's actually...
Doug, that's the filtering process. These have to be university-educated folk.
It used to be high school. Now we're saying, where'd you go to college?
We want your transcripts in order for you to make a comment.
Hey, Vladdy Burkett, how pissed are you that the Ukraine can use special missiles against the motherland? That's from the Warson Woods Wacko.
Geopolitical comments. Save that for later in the week.
Doug, why did you have to say geopolitical?
Would that not be the correct way to
discuss
it?
Well, it is, but it's just a little formal.
I don't know what we're buttoning it up. Morning Drive 101. Okay. I'm going to say geopolitical.
How about Jeremy Macklin's big W? That's from the 254. Martin, CBC, a 24.5-point favorite, loses to Jeremy Macklin's Kirkwood Pioneers in the
I got to say, that's
playoffs.
probably one of the biggest upsets of the postseason here around the entire state of Missouri. Yeah, good for Macklin and the Doug squad.
Right.
Oh, that's
Pioneers.
right. Yeah, your
I didn't even think about that.
Yeah, they got a good team.
I was thinking about CB. Yeah, you guys. Yeah. It has to be awkward between you two this morning.
Tension.
Yeah. Somebody said CBC's got like 7 Division I players.
Well, I know the one kid's going to USC. The Notre Dame kid just scored a touchdown or 2 the other day, that Jeremiah Love. They've got them all over. They're loaded. Yeah, that's a huge upset. Kirkwood wins. They host Jackson. That's the place you never want to go and play. They say if you go to Gary Kornfeld, friend of the show, would tell you, you go down to Jackson. He said not only does the entire town turn out, the referees are wearing Jackson gear underneath their shirt. You don't get a single call. So kudos to Kirkwood now hosting this Friday against Jackson. So
look at those Jackson refs. Jackson's just north of Cape Girardeau, right?
You know who they beat, Doug?
Who?
Segment. It could have been Kirkwood and Segment in this next round.
Oh, and that's your.
It would have been awkward between you two.
Wow.
And you graduated and everything, right?
I did.
And everything. He's going to be graduated high
We
school.
are submitting transcripts to be able to talk on this program.
Right.
Good thing it's
Did you
not
ask him if
college
he graduated
diplomas.
high school?
Yeah, well, you got to make sure anyone in this business is suspect.
Is the bar that low around here? Did you finish high school? We could have had a mayor's bet, Doug. You know how they always bet?
Oh,
we'll
yeah.
bet a St. Louis
Tub of
pork
ravioli,
steak versus your Maryland crab cake.
Doug, Eric in the Central West End, who Jackson finds attractive but is not attracted to, is calling in, and maybe they can arrange a little dinner this weekend. Eric in the
Winner's
Central West End
washed.
is on the Collier and Thompson phone lines. Good morning, Eric in the Central West End.
Morning, gentlemen. How are you?
Hello, Eric. We're fine. You?
Good, good. I just wanted to talk about this whole Chiefs thing.
Okay.
And my disdain for that whole situation.
Okay.
You guys have a few minutes?
What? We got a second or two? Yeah.
Where'd you go to high school? Where'd you go to college?
Martin, I went to Vianney High School, Golden Griffins.
Patron saint of the Peach Fuzz mustache, Martin.
Mm-hmm. And then St. Louis University for college.
Okay, excellent. The
Billikens, they call him. Yeah,
Billikens.
beat Loyola Marymount, friend of the show. Doug's replacement, Josh Schertz, got the win.
That's right. Vianney rankings, Trent Green's up there, Mark Lamping.
Stephen Wildwood and Eric in the Central West End. There's your Mount Rushmore.
Take it back.
Dan McLaughlin went to
There you go.
Cliff Bleed, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Scott Zipicki.
Yeah.
Danny Mack.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
We're up to 5.
Okay, let's get to your comment.
All right, so here's the deal. So you guys have hit on this before.
Yeah.
Like, nobody in St. Louis ever were Chiefs fans, like ever.
No.
And then all of a sudden, the Rams leave, and then coincidentally, you go in the stores the next day and it's full of Chiefs stuff. Like, it's all fake. And if the Chiefs weren't good, none of these people would be fans of the Chiefs. But it's just like, they have the best player in the game. Let's all be fans of the Chiefs. It's just. I can't stand it.
So let me provide, Doug, would you call this a placebo?
I wouldn't use that word, no.
For our experiment, let's say that the Colts, the Titans, or the Bears had Patrick Mahomes, and it was the Colts, Titans, or Bears, relatively equidistant to St. Louis from Kansas City, had this going on with Mahomes in their organization, and they would have won 3 Super Bowls. Do you think that we would have the same thing going on in St. Louis with the Colts, the Bears, or the Titans?
Maybe a slight percentage, but it wouldn't be as insane as it is right now.
See, and I think that's the Missouri thing.
For sure.
It is.
Okay, you agree with that?
Oh, yeah, I mean, it's a state team.
Right.
And I think there's a little DNA from the 90s when the Montana Marcus Allen teams, there was no Big Red. There was no Rams football.
Yeah.
And some people took allegiance to the Chiefs 30 years ago. And I think some of that is still true. And there's probably a little bit of bandwagon that Eric's talking about. People just want to be on board with a winning team.
The NFL is the number one sport in the country. If you don't have a team to root for, a lot of people looking for the next best thing, and the Chiefs are it.
What about pickleball?
Not bigger than.
Some credit here for something.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right, so he talks about how he doesn't root for an NBA team because we don't have a team, so it's not organic, right?
Jackson, I think he's flirting with you a little.
Yeah, I'm feeling it.
Well, no, I mean it's the same. I mean, I like the NBA too. I don't really have a team, obviously, because we don't have a team. But you just can't hop on a team. It's just the whole thing is so annoying, and I just don't get it.
Huh. Well, you can hop on a team if you find one that you like.
I think part of it is I know, for me personally, sports fandom isn't like a casual thing for me. Like, it means a lot. Like, it like part of my identity is tied into elements of the team.
Really?
So for something for something that means that much to me, I can't just unorganically assign that emotion to a random team. It has to kind of be organic. It has to be from either where I'm from or some family connection. And I think some people are just more casual sports fans.
Huh. Well, I think it's okay to adopt a team if it's just because they're not from St. Louis.
Doug, it always goes back to producer Joe's mantra. Some people like some things. Right. Some people like other things. Uh-huh. And it just doesn't really impact me. So if people have adopted the Chiefs, then God bless them, and God bless these United States of America.
Sometimes you can find one player that you like. When Kurt Warner was playing for the Arizona Cardinals, I really wanted to see them play well.
I have one more thing for Jackson, if you don't mind.
Well, this guy's still on the line?
Gosh, okay, go ahead.
So I was podcasting last week, and Jackson, you and I have something very weird in common.
Ooh, this is getting flirtatious.
Yeah. I also don't like hot fruit, and I also don't like apple pie.
What's wrong with apple pie?
Eric, you'd be surprised how many people, back channels, of course, because they don't have the courage like you to say it on there, that are telling me the exact same thing.
Don't like apple pie.
I was getting DMs and emails left and right saying, like, yeah, I'm not really into the hot fruit either.
It's a weird thing. I can't do the hot fruit thing. I don't get it either. I've taken shrapnel from my family and friends my whole life for this.
Everyone's scared to say it.
I'm not scared. That's stupid.
Everyone's scared to say it.
Cherry pie, that's out?
Everyone's been lying to themselves about this whole fruit pie situation.
Think so.
Oh, yeah.
I was glad to see you enjoy pumpkin pie, though.
I did.
Together, I take heat because I don't eat the fruit pies or the hot fruit stuff.
Yeah.
Do you eat pumpkin pie?
I do.
Is pumpkin a fruit or a vegetable?
I think it's technically a fruit.
Mm-hmm.
Well, then you're lying to yourself.
I like key lime pie, though, too. And that's certainly a fruit.
You've got a full day in Como. What pie are you eating? I would like Chairman to add to his list of questions. Now, where'd you go to college? No, where'd you go to college, and then do you eat hot fruit? There we
filtering. Go. Eric, thank you so much for being brave enough to share with Jackson that you also do not enjoy warm fruit.
You're welcome. Have a great day,
Thank you,
gentlemen.
Eric. That's Eric in the Central West End on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Martin, people can email in their feelings on warm fruit because they are not brave enough, like Eric, to share that publicly. But Jackson did receive emails and DMs this weekend, and you can email in for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day, which comes your way at 10:45, the morning after at InsideSTL.com.
Yeah, Jackson talks about these back channels. How about just something real direct? Just go online, designair.net, set up that appointment. It's going to get cold. It's coming. I know we've been saying that for a couple of weeks. I believe it is.
Yeah, it's coming this
weekend, isn't it? Yeah.
It's happening, Doug. I'm sorry.
You didn't get that outdoor stuff done. It's too late. This weekend it's going to get cold. You want to make sure you've got a good HVAC company behind you. That's what Design Air has been doing. Now, fourth generation. You hear us talk about Seth Goldcamp and his family. This is a company that's taken care of over tens of thousands of folks since 1904. Longest running TMA supporter, and of course, the title sponsor of the email of the day. And the key is when they come out to check that HVAC unit, make sure it's ready for winter. Little tune-up. If there's something that needs to be repaired, they will repair it. They don't sell you or attempt to sell you a new unit. That can add to the stress. When you want to get it repaired, just need a tune-up, go to the folks at Design Air. DesignAir.net, real simple. Convenience of online scheduling. They take their reputation seriously, and that's why they train their employees not to upsell. A lot of employees are trained to, in fact, upsell you. They're not doing that at Design Air. Find out why everybody here loves this operation. Go to designair.net.
November 18th, in a bizarre mating ritual, Eric presented himself to Jackson on HD1. That's from Shooter McGavin.
I don't like this whole presented himself idea.
Do you feel like he presented himself?
A little bit. Just a little. Not too much. Wasn't over the top. But
was there some chemistry?
Well, you just lay in a little breadcrumbs, some of all of its parts. Other
sure
cliches.
The commie not liking apple pie. Who would have guessed it? That's from Minute Bowl eligible.
Yep. I knew it. I've heard it all.
When was the last time you tried it?
Apple pie?
Yeah.
I've tried it so many times. It's just not for me.
Baseball, hot dogs, apple pie, and Chevrolet. That's America, Jackson. Mm-hmm. That's from Kurt's former coworker.
Yeah, that's like what Norman Rockwell would tell you, but I'm telling you, there's a lot more of this beautiful union than just fruit pie.
We're not saying fruit pie is the only thing we stand for.
Seems like
we enjoy it as a dessert.
Yeah. Well, if people enjoy it, that's fine. It's just not for me.
Because some people like some things?
Bingo.
Thank you. See, it always goes back to producer Joe. Tell this guy calling in to drive his car into a telephone pole immediately. That's from the Warson Woods Wacko. That's one of the risks of calling into the program. Sure, you get on the air, but oftentimes the texters want you to perish immediately.
At what cost?
Yeah. 314-974-0101. Callier and Thompson phone lines. Chairman Kurt with a wonderful filter. We're asking, do you enjoy warm fruit and where you went and got your education? That is how you can participate in the program. In addition to the YouTube chat, Tim, people love bowls, big fat bowls. That's from Kevin Nixon. That's in the YouTube chat, Doug.
Okay. They like bowls. They like big fat bowls.
Clip that off.
Yeah, that'll be a drop.
Okay.
You can participate in the YouTube chat. 63109 is the TMA STL YouTube chat, and Hillsboro is the 101 ESPN chat. 2 different channels for you to partake in the discussion in. This is TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the 101 and TMA STL YouTube channels.
This is Action Jackson with a SportsCenter update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. The Blues lose yesterday, win on Saturday, but lose yesterday to the Carolina Hurricanes. Final score of 4-1. Off today for the Blues, but they take on the Wild tomorrow night. You can catch that right here on the home of the Blues, 101 ESPN. Pregame at 6 p.m., puck drop at 7 p.m. That was another SportsCenter update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. You kidding me?
Doug, this is going to smart. After Columbia, South Carolina.
Yeah. Tough to hear this.
After
Tough.
The trip to Raleigh. After the trip to Buffalo for all of our local teams. Ladies and gentlemen, the program is called The Morning After. It's on 101 ESPN, the 101 ESPN YouTube channel, and the TMA STL YouTube channel. 2 different channels for your viewing enjoyment. And if you are viewing, you see a new cap I'm wearing. Chairman Kurt of the TMASTL shop.com. He's got these wares, Doug.
Let's not call them wares.
Ooh, I think that's the right term.
And I'm holding up, I'm wearing one. And then got these others, TMASTLshop.com. These are sharp. These are sharp look. Martin, you're not really a hat guy. Now that I think about it,
because it's hard for me to find a good fitting hat for this melon of mine here.
You guys both have. Doug feels like he has a, what do you call it?
Just a big old Cro-Magnon head. Part of the family didn't evolve like it should have.
Joe Buck wrote the book, Lucky Bastard, and part of it was he wrote about how big his head was. And we're doing an interview about the book, and he's talking about how he opens his heart and says, I dealt with the hair loss, and I dealt with this. And then he said, wait a minute. You've got a giant head. In the middle of the interview, he said that.
He just was alerted.
And he goes, which is good for TV. And I said, oh, thanks, Joe. But I rarely get a hat that fits well, so I'm willing to try it out because I'll be like Malcolm Briggs. I'll just put on a sponsored hat left and right. That was my theory, is every live shot Malcolm did, he was getting paid.
Oh, wow.
And he would switch hats like a NASCAR driver. He'd start the live. Yeah, Frankie, what up? We're over here. And he would have a hat that would mention his friend's business. And they would wrap the report with a different hat on. So I'm willing to give it a try. They look sharp.
Yeah, Chairman Kurt does wonderful work. You can get yours at TMASTLshop.com along with TMA hoodie. I guess Jackson's wearing one of those, a quarter zip anyway.
Q-zip.
On the dais here, we have 5 wonderful, wonderful broadcasters. And I'm curious, on the dais, how many members of the program stayed up to watch Jake Paul and Mike Tyson?
No, I did.
I did.
Yeah, I did not.
Jackson did not. Chairman Kurt, I bet you did.
I did.
Okay.
Martin, I fought the streaming for a long time.
The buffering issue?
I was at a party. We had 20 people trying to figure it out. Finally, one guy got it on his phone and was able to mirror it up to the...
Oh.
You can mirror his phone up to the TV. It's the only way we got it.
The fight between Serrano and, was it Kate? I can't recall the name, from Ireland, so therefore she had my support, was incredible. And then I turned off the TV, and for me, at this point, as a 48-year-old married father of 2, to be up at midnight on a Friday is very rare. And I went to bed after watching that Paul Tyson fight, and I go, why in the hell did I do that to myself? It was dreadful.
Yeah, you've been snookered. Like everyone else.
Goodness.
Everybody said the entry was great. It was a great spectacle. And then after that, it was a disappointment.
Yeah. Roy Jones Jr. on the broadcast, working, of course, with Rosie Perez.
What else would you get?
He goes in the third round. He goes, oh, he's done. He can't move his legs. So he was able to see some things that perhaps the casual observer could not, knowing that he was done. And Roy Jones Jr. Was 100% correct.
He was wearing a knee brace, was he not, Mike Tyson?
Yeah,
they said that was kind of a giveaway that maybe he wasn't quite 100% ready to go.
When he had to have his liver spots inspected between rounds, that's when I got suspect. But I saw a video of Tyson training, and he looked like he was 38 instead of 58. He looked great in the training.
Did you get to see his ass on the...
I did get to see that, and Rosie Perez was not happy about it.
She was fired up.
My daughter said it was all scripted. She goes, oh, it's all online, that was the script. And I said, what script? She goes, no, Jake Paul's talking about how that was the whole plan. It was all scripted.
The fact that you were able to bet on it is quite alarming because from a logic standpoint, the business model is Mike Tyson's not going to fight again. Paul is built, he's already built his business well beyond boxing, but he continues to fight, beats Tyson, probably gets Canelo Alvarez, I would imagine, next. And so therefore, he has to win. And I think if he actually wanted to, I think he probably could have beaten the hell out of Tyson, considering he was just kind of wobbling around the ring in the final few rounds. And it was sweat-free, and I was really irritated with myself for staying up and watching it and getting flustered with the buffering situation that was going on throughout the course of the broadcast on Netflix.
Netflix says they had 60 million households watching.
For the record, that is not independently verified.
Yeah, at its peak, they're saying 59
we have 30 million people listening to the show right now.
Oh, yeah, that's good.
Inside STL has just released those numbers.
What was the payout for each boxer?
Paul got $40 million. I think Tyson got 20.
Yeah. This is what boxing's become now. It used to be people would gather like this to see the heavyweight fight or see Leonard and Duran or somebody like that. And now it's just 2 celebrities. That's what boxing is. That's big-time boxing is celebrity boxing.
Combat sports has all moved over to UFC. That's where the eyeballs are now. That's where the big fights, big combat sports is all UFC now.
Were you watching UFC on Saturday night?
No.
Why not?
I was despondent after the Missouri loss.
Oh, no. What'd you do?
Despondent? You just tucked your head in and went to
I was
bed?
just off. It was just...
Like a turtle, you just retracted your head?
No, but
What'd you do? What happened? I
Well, we
didn't
were
know
at a
about
bar
this. Now I
watching.
feel like I need to give you a shoulder to cry on, my sweet prince.
We were at a bar watching. We kept
What
hanging out
cocktail
there.
lounge were you at?
Sports and Social, right at the right in the shadows of the house that Newt Bar built, and
The house that Newt Bar built, that's Busch Stadium?
Mark, you're going to use that in an intro.
and
We're live at the house that Newt Bar built. Cardinals opening day. Fangraph says they might win 82.
Yeah, so I was there. So we just hung out there for a little bit, hung out at a buddy's place, and then I shuffled home.
Head down?
Big time.
Probably didn't talk much, right? You're all just kind of looking at the ground, shuffling your feet.
I was so upset.
When
I
Luther
was pissed at how upset I was.
When Luther scored, did you let out an audible?
I did.
I was going nuts. Are you kidding me?
I did too.
Because that was like
that was so damn good.
It was like the best play he's made at Mizzou with a minute left to go against
on 4th and 5.
Yeah, against a good
incredible
team on the road. I was like, all right, like this is what because that's what I was saying about last year. Like you watch some of the highlights, it was a really fun year last year. Like they were winning in fun ways, big touchdowns, cool plays,
battling
dominant play.
against great teams too. I mean,
Exactly.
they battled against what might have been the best or second best team in the country. Didn't get in the playoff, but Georgia.
Right, and so like there was a lot of fun last year. The second half of that game against South Carolina was fun
100%.
to watch.
Couldn't agree more. They played really well offensively, and they moved that front four around offensive line. That was impressive.
So to not capitalize on that with a victory, really, especially the way it happened. Like 1 minute to go the length of the defense.
Make a tackle.
The defense has been playing outstanding in the second half. That's the reason you kicked the field goal.
I mean, there were a lot of missed tackles, and Lenora Sellers going Eli Manning, David Tyree was a moment where I go, oh boy.
Yeah, that's
you know what I mean? On that 3rd and 10.
Yeah, they have. Johnny Walker had. Johnny Walker had a dominant second. He was playing outstanding all game, and he missed that tackle there. But
I'm sure they were all exhausted there in the fourth quarter.
For sure. But I mean, you kicked the field goal because your defense had been playing well enough to get stops, and then with 1 minute to go, they go down the field in 40 seconds. That's what killed me.
I think blitzing on second down. I mean, I'm really going into the weeds here in this. I don't know if this is an into the weeds program. I get the sense it's not, but blitzing
That's
on
overnight, I think.
blitzing on second down and going into man coverage from a strategic standpoint, Corey Batoon, I'd like to think they'd want to have that one back. I don't know if anybody's interested
We'll
in
ask
breaking
him.
his part.
He's going to be on Wednesday's show or Thursday?
I'll just ask him how resilient this bunch is over and over. Say that aside.
Was that great to almost win? Is that sort of the line of questioning?
Yeah. But how great was it that they were down 21-6, and what does it tell you?
Yeah.
Well, still a lot to play for.
It's nice to fall down by 15.
Martin, would you like to tell me about Mentality? I think you would, because they're online at lowtusa.com.
Lowtusa.com is where you can go to find out more information, and from there, you're going to set up an in-person consultation. That's the big difference right now. You want to check your testosterone. You don't want to do this online. How about a personal consultation where you can tell them what your goals are? A lot of this has to do with just lacking energy and focus. You know, you want to get back in the game. It doesn't matter whether it's the weight room, the bedroom, wherever you're trying to regain your edge. You can do that with Mentality Health. Locally based here in Chesterfield Valley. They got a great headquarters out there. You meet with the team, talk about your goals. They'll do that blood work early on, then sit down with you and walk through all of the results. Explain it to you. Where are you lacking? A lot of folks don't even realize it's low testosterone. It's happening to younger and younger men these days. You can find out more at lowtusa.com. Tired of the weight gain, the muscle loss? What are your goals? Just to have that edge to get things done. You used to be able to run circles around people. Remember that phrase, Doug? Running circles around people?
Circles, yeah.
Not happening anymore. Check out your testosterone levels. Lowtusa.com is the website. Mentality Health. Again, great operation. Kevin and the team want to check things out and get you back in the game. You can do it. You've been sluggish for too long, dealing with mood swings, irritability. There's a reason why. Find out more at lowtusa.com.
Mentality, lowtusa.com. We do have a star who has emerged from the Tyson Paul fight, and that is Sydney Thomas, who is the daughter of, many people would know him from Busch Stadium, that one guy, Todd Thomas. How about that?
Yeah.
How many of you were aware of her? I bet Jackson and Chairman Kurt were before the fight. I bet Doug and Martin are now. You were not.
No.
What are you, a eunuch?
No, I don't know. There's a lot of the internet's
like
a vast place. The internet is a vast place.
The internet is a vast place.
I told you.
There's another hoodie, Chairman Kurt.
I check in and check out of certain trends, and I guess I checked out on this one. I didn't know.
Had she done something before this fight?
Yeah, she's an influencer, and that had gotten her to be a ring girl.
Yeah,
but like a real one, not like
not
like a mom with a business in Kirkwood.
Right. No,
all due
I
respect.
get that. And shout out to all of our friends in the white wine business. But I didn't know who she was. I had no idea.
Did you say a real one, meaning ring girl or YouTube influencer?
Actually generating revenue from, yes.
But as an influencer, not
it's
as
like, I got a podcast. Does the podcast bring in money? Let's separate the two. Then we can have a conversation. So in this particular case, she had already established a presence on social media that was real, and I didn't realize that she. Number one, I didn't realize that she was Todd's daughter. Do you guys know that? Did you know that? I had no idea.
I knew that because I'd seen him on Facebook talking.
Okay,
about it.
Yeah. So I was texting with Todd and Sydney, and she was going to be on the program today, but could not today, and so we're going to have her on later in the week. But she became, I think, next to Mike Tyson and Jake Paul, was talked about more than anybody.
Yeah, it would probably went the actual fight, Netflix buffering, and then Sidney Thomas.
Yeah, so she is the daughter of that one guy at Busch Stadium.
And most people know who that is.
Yes.
He runs around pregame.
He's been doing it for a couple decades,
long
right?
time. Engages with fans and actually has the jersey that says...
He's like
that
the
one
in-game
guy.
host.
In-game host. It's
Nice, Doug.
Nice. In-game host, yeah. Interacts with fans throughout. He'll be walking around Ballpark Village pregame, having fun, kind of poking fans from out of town. It's good entertainment.
Yeah. He's very good at that.
Todd Reesing said, she was a Fredbird girl at the Cardinals games before she goes to Roll Tide, Alabama. And, she was written about all over the place this weekend. New York Post, Barstool, Jackson, you're always all over Outkick.
Yep.
Weren't you a Fredbird fangirl too, Jackson?
Part of Team Fredbird?
Yeah,
I held the catapult.
So is she going to be the next Hawk Tua girl, only on a more wholesome level?
Yeah.
Is she going to get to that level?
Why are you making noises, boy?
I think that's like that's like a unique, rare thing where someone just says some goofy one. I think that I don't think it's the same thing.
Well, we'll find out.
So what do you think she's going to do?
That's a good question. Probably continue to.
There is so much Producer Joe now, Martin. I don't know if it's because I'm working with you again that I think Producer Joe, but I feel like I'm reliving Producer Joe.
It's something about that position. They're on the witness stand, but the floorboard's
it's like I'm interviewing Quinn Snyder all the time.
And there's kind of like sweat coming down their brow. Like, what do you mean? What kind of question is that? Well, yeah, of course there's a dossier. Why wouldn't there be a dossier? I mean, I printed it out. You're looking at it. What do you mean? What's the question?
I think she'll continue to influence, if I had to guess. And then I think that there's going to be like this, like almost like Survivor series. Maybe they already have these, where it's like this television network based around influencers doing this, that, and the other thing. And she might be involved in something like that. Who knows? The world is really your oyster when you're just kind of on the internet being yourself. You can kind of do whatever you want.
How about that, Doug?
Okay.
That kind of lifts your spirits now after the Missouri
my
loss,
spirits
after
are
the Blues loss.
I just wonder what her next gig will be.
Yeah, she's got all the momentum in the world. Yeah, I'm looking forward to talking it over with her. So Sidney Thomas will be with us this week. Chris Kerber's going to be with us at 8:15. The Colonel, Gabriel P.D. Arman, brought to you by James Carlton, coming your way at 9 o'clock. Send your emails in for the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt answering your calls on the Callier and Thompson phone lines at 314-974-0101. This is the Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL and 101 ESPN YouTube channels. Welcome back to Team A, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you. Chairman Kurt has exited the studio, and he is not happy about it all, Doug. So we'll try to...
The loss hit him hard.
The loss hit Chairman.
He was able to hang in there for most of an entire hour. But now he's going to have to go home and lick his wounds.
Joe Burrow handled their loss last night perhaps a little worse. Here is his post-game exchange in Los Angeles with reporters. Doug, let me know if you think he is enjoying it.
Okay.
What do you say to Evan after he misses those 2 field goals there at the end?
Nothing.
Has this been the most frustrating season you've ever had?
Yeah.
Why?
Pretty self-explanatory.
There it is.
Boy, they've lost some close games, some heartbreaking games.
4-7 now, a 12% chance to make the playoffs are out of the Bengals.
Yeah. They're the best team with a bad record in the league, I would think.
There's growing hostility between media and coaches and athletes. Don't you think there's a wall that's going up? And I'm being serious here because even like Drink will give short answers after a tough game, and that's most coaches have done that historically. Belichick was the worst, but I think there's getting less and less access. There's a whole argument in the NFL about it, whether they can go into the locker room or not. I feel like players now just want to go on a podcast if they want to make news or say anything
have their own podcast.
Or have their own. Or
I
go on
think
their
it kind of
friends.
started with the Players Tribune, and then the podcast thing gained more traction than that. And it's understandably so. If you feel like you're doing something and it's really not part of your job, and then you can make the case, well, it is part of your job. That's how the game gathers publicity. And then others would say, well, no, it's not part of my job. My job's to score and win games for the organization. And then, have your words chopped up and turned into social media fodder for people to gain engagement. I can understand why that would frustrate you.
So you think the social media, this is what's really triggered it, is the gotcha game of the internet.
They can control their own news. They don't need any of us to control it. They can just go on their own page and say whatever they want to say.
But it's up to the leagues, and MLB has always been at the forefront of this, where they mandate a lot of access. Baseball, I would say there's just crazy amounts of access to players. And I know the NFL is sort of in the middle of it because the PA doesn't want reporters in the locker room. I think it's a fine line because as a fan, you want as much access as you can get. I think with Mizzou fans, you've known very little about Brady Cook and his status. Some of that's competitive edge, I understand. But I think it's in a dangerous place right now, and the media has to be responsible. And then you get to this gray area, what is the media? Because little Bobby's broken computer has got a website, and then he gets a pass to a game and asks some asinine questions, and then the athletes lose trust in the media as a whole. But I just feel like growing resentment just in the last few years.
The access in baseball is almost too much at times. When you go in before a game, and you just need one 10-second soundbite for the 6 o'clock show, and the guy's getting dressed and he's ready for batting practice. Have you got time to do an interview? And it doesn't feel like we should be there before a game.
Did you know? That obviously you're trying to do that.
Those are the questions we would ask. And if you could just give us 8 to 10 seconds, we'll go home.
Just fire that question, and then we need a soundbite, and we're done?
And then we go home. That's all it is.
Martin is still sponsored by Dell. Jesus, fix the camera, pal! That's from Michael Dolan in the TMA YouTube chat. He is not happy with Martin's camera.
I did. I fixed it.
What's wrong with this camera?
I fixed it.
The computer screen does what little Timmy's mic does. It likes to rise on up.
Is that a texture, or is that actually me?
Now watch this. I held it down. See this?
Okay. Oh, and then it rises up.
Yeah. It's fine there. It's a frame now. The problem is after every segment, every time we break, it resets the camera, which is very frustrating. But I try my best to stay on top of it.
If the TV that I'm looking at is the same as what everyone else sees, there's too much light on us. The cameras are set too bright.
Okay. Well,
I look like I'm glowing. I've got an orange head.
I feel like you were just dismissed by Jackson. I feel like you were just dismissed.
You want us to do the show in the basement? Like there's lights. Welcome to the big time, brother.
There's too much. The cameras are just set too high.
And zoomed in awfully tight.
We're going to have moonlighting in here?
Yeah. I'm actually orange.
You look good. You look good in my camera.
Yeah, you do have a little tint to you.
Yeah,
I've never really
looked
at
way too much light.
Recovering alcoholic sent me a screenshot on Friday, said so hot, and it's a shot of me sitting here. So for the love of God, can they zoom out a little bit?
Jackson, can you zoom out just a smidgen?
I cannot. That's as far as it's zoomed out.
What you need to do is zoom in to Munganess St. Louis Acura or Munganess Burkhardt Alton Toyota. There has been some chatter today about back channels. Let me give you a little back channel phone number. straight to the muckety mucks at these places. When you need your car serviced, you call this number and they will make absolute sure that you are taken care of. Now, they're going to take care of everybody for sure, but this is just kind of a fun little thing where you get right in with the top dogs. And here's the number. Write it down, please. 314-252-0029. I said it. 314-252-0029. That'll get you into Jamie Burkhardt or Peter Mungenask, Ryan Seiberg, who runs the service department, and they will take fantastic care of you. They've taken care of me for many years. Tim has gone there. All of us go to the Mungenask now exclusively because once you have a car guy that you can trust, you just don't want to take chances anywhere else. And these guys are so fantastic. You know they're going to take great care of you, whether you're buying a new car or a used car or just having your car serviced. And at some point, everybody has to have their car serviced. So this is where you go. You go to Mungenask, St. Louis, Acura, and Baldwin, or Mungenask, Burkhardt, Alton, Toyota. I'm going to give the websites now. stlouisacura.com, altontoyota.com. This is just the best dealership, two dealerships in the entire area. I've been to a lot of them, and I can't speak any more highly than St. Louis Mungenask Acura and Mungenask Burkhardt Alton Toyota.
Every time Tim touches his mic, it rises up. Every time Martin touches his computer, it rises up. And every time I look at Doug, something in my pant rises up.
What in the world?
That's from a gentleman by the name of Bob Wagon.
Bob Wagon is back.
Give me that hate.
Okay, stop it. Come on, Wagon. You're better than that.
You can text in if you're attracted to Doug at 314-399-9646. Chris Kerber is going to join us as the Blues pick up, 3 points on the road trip, Doug. I don't know how you feel about it. You kind of knew yesterday it was going to be problematic, back-to-back, going to Boston and Carolina. But there's been some encouraging news on friend of the show, Robert Thomas. Chris Kerber will give us his perspective on the weekend that was in Boston and against the Hurricanes. That's coming your way. This is TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. Welcome back. It is the Morning After, 101 ESPN. Fisher Window and Door Store, 8 o'clock hour. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you on the program. Chairman Kurt answering your calls on the Callier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. And you can listen in the live stream or go back and podcast anytime you would like via the Schaefer Door Company 101 ESPN app. And TMA has its own app, which you can download. And that's also brought to you by Schaefer Door Company and Jason Gassra. Blues got a hell of a win on Saturday against the Boston Bruins. That was a damn good win. That one was a little retribution from the earlier. Mark, did you just...
Oh, no. Did you fall off the chair?
I was trying to adjust the
You should have seen his face when he dropped.
I wonder if somebody's going to create a GIF
Oh, my
of that.
God.
Martin
It
just
felt like a
dropped.
Six Flags ride.
Somebody's going to capture that on YouTube.
I'm going to watch it on the replay.
Yeah, we got like a 5-second delay in here.
It's
Chairman Kurt's on it with a GIF. The retribution coming back against the Bruins on Saturday after blowing the third period lead on Tuesday night. Going to be a tall order to have back-to-back day games, and that is what took place yesterday afternoon in Carolina, even though they played a pretty good game. And joining us right now to give us his perspective, as he does every Monday here on the program, is the voice of the Blues, Chris Kerber, on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Morning, Kerbs.
Hey, look, you bring in new talent, something's got to take a hit budget-wise, and it might just be the quality of the seats.
Yeah, the furniture.
It will be.
Furniture, that's what it is.
Martin was almost injured.
I just wanted to tweak the chair, and I dropped a good foot. Boy, oh, boy. It's all right. You know what we do, though, Curbs? We persevere. It's like a squad. You got a tough game. You just get right back on it.
Yeah, just stand up and look around like, what happened? I didn't do it. You got to look like you've been there before.
What do you make of the road trip on the whole? You go to overtime in Buffalo. You go to overtime in Boston. That's a thriller. The Carolina game, I think Dylan Holloway said postgame, it didn't feel like a 4-1 loss, but you did some good things, but maybe not enough on the trip. Where do you think the team is at?
You know what? There's a reason Bill Parcells is so well known for that quote of, you are what your record says you are. So the fact that they come off the road with a 500 record on that road trip, the youthful things that are preventing them from climbing to above 500. They were 4-2 at one point in time in the season, and one other time tried to get the 3 games over 500, didn't do it. Those mistakes now, 19 games in, are the same ones that were there at the beginning of the year. Now, there's the thing of it is those are the little things that tend to cost you games. But you've got to go through them and learn them. And the reality of it is and injuries, this idea that injury, well, we're not making excuses. No, nobody's making excuses, right? But injuries are reality. You're missing, 2 guys in your top 4 from a defensive standpoint, 3 if you count Torrey Krug. You're missing your top centerman, and the depth of this team is being tested. And what you're seeing is a little bit under the hood of a team that's still in transition, waiting for some players to grow in the league, waiting for some players to get to the league. And that's it. You typically don't have the depth to overcome those injuries. And I think this recent run with those guys out is kind of proving it.
What do you make of the play of some of the young guys that have stepped in to get the minutes?
It's just been okay. I think guys are, look, in most situations, Doug, if you look at it and somebody will tell you, if you get 10% better over from one year to the next, you're really doing a good job. Well, we needed a decent amount of guys to do that. And, even without the injuries, I started saying this last week, even without the injuries, if the Blues are going to be successful, you were going to have players like Jake Neighbors follow up his season last year. And I think Jake's been okay. There's probably a little bit more there. But, again, they're starting to circle him more, right? They know where he's going. And, this is the learning curve of the NHL. When teams are keying in on you a little bit more. So I think Jake is doing fine. But whether it be Jake, what does a Matt Kessel do defensively? What does a Scott Perunovich end up doing, with him in the lineup there? They sped up some of the development process, with the signings and the players that they brought in, but you look right now and you're not seeing, any real offensive production yet from Bolduc. He's still young and learning. Right, so the veteran guys of a Kapanen or a Texier, You're hoping they fill that hole, and they just haven't gotten there yet with it. So even if those guys have been healthy, you still needed those other support guys to really start to, impact this team. And I don't think that has hit the level that it needs to. But then the depth gets tested, right? So you want to move Pavel Buchnevich to center because you're weak in that spot. You're waiting for a Dvorsky to be seasoned and ready to come in and go. But with Thomas out, now Buchnevich is playing, against other teams' top centermen that he never would have. So even his own growth is challenged in that role. I'll give you an example. Like last night, you've got Pavel Buchnevich, who at this point in time in his career in the NHL has taken a combined total of about 770 faceoffs, right? Well, last night he's going up against Jordan Staal, who in his career has taken a combined total of 20,000 faceoffs. Okay? Right? And there was even a year, guys, just last season alone, Jordan Staal took 1,200 faceoffs and won 799 of them.
He must be tired.
This guy last year, yeah, exactly. This guy last year won more faceoffs than Pavel Buchnevich has taken in his whole career. And we're asking Pavel Buchnevich to center a top line right now and win important draws. It's a learning curve, and the guy's working his tail off. He's staying after practice. He's doing all this other kind of stuff. But there just has to be realistic expectations of how you're going to do it. And I think on this road trip, all 3 games were competitive. All 3 games were good. I think the 3 and 4 combined with the grinded down style that Carolina plays was a little too much for the Blues last night. But all in all, they're finding ways to stay in it. And you hope you get healthy sooner. That helps you start to get on a roll.
Yeah, and I was listening to your podcast on my way into the station this morning, Curbs, and you spent some time talking about what indicates some encouragement with regard to Robert Thomas. He's out there skating, and perhaps the Blues may get him back sooner than they were anticipating. What can you tell us about the status of Robert Thomas?
Yeah, it's like I said on the podcast. You just learn over time to get encouraged when guys hit certain steps in the process. So when it's an injury like that, like there's no reason to even be thinking about Philip Broberg, for example, right now until you start to see him on the ice with the team, right? Same thing with Nick Leddy. And they're working their tails off behind the scene to get there. Well, Robert Thomas came on this road trip. So he went through the game day routines, the off day practice routines. He was on the ice skating. He's on the ice looking good. So now you're getting closer. Your next step with Robert Thomas is, okay, when do you see him kind of join that full contact, all-out practice? And once you do that, then it starts to ask the coach, okay, is he ready? Is he ready? Is he ready? And then the coach will typically say, well, I haven't talked to the training staff yet, but they'll let us know, as if they don't communicate with the training staff. So the training staff will say, yeah, he's good. The doctors will clear him. And then the player says, I'm in. So the good news for me is that Robert was traveling with the team. And so whether it be, this week could be early, but I don't know, maybe he heals quick, but whether it be this week or sometime on that New York road trip, you get the sense that you're within a few games of seeing Robert Thomas back out on the ice. And that is a positive. And again, guys, that's just me reading the tea leaves of what you see on a player's process to return to the ice, but it definitely looks like he's close.
Curbs, your broadcast partner, nearly 20 years, Kelly Chase. Most folks know, and we had him on the show here. We had him on TV last night, Kelly Chase, battling leukemia once again. And I want to mention to folks, you can still get in, make a donation, and then you'll be in the drawing for the chance to shave Chaser's head. Of course he's raising money. Of course he is. Just go to the Blues Twitter account, @BluesAlumni. And Curbs, I know you know Chaser well and what he means to the Blues and their fan base. And no real surprise here, right, that he's turning it into a chance to raise some funds.
No. And listen, there's no real surprise either. Even while he's in the hospital battling it, he's not stopping. He's working with the NHL on stuff around the Winter Classic. He's working with the NHL Alumni Association. Working with the Blues alumni, and he's got all these things going. So you take a call from Chaser, hey, I need you to help with this. This is what's going on. You're like, okay, got it. I've never been around a human being that could multitask and juggle so much as what I saw and what I've seen that man do for the last 25 years. And I'm not kidding. It could even be during a hockey game. He could be texting somebody, working on something. In the meantime, look right down on the ice, never skip a beat, and it's something else. So it's disappointing. He's back in that fight. But as he told you, Martin, I watched the piece, and as he said in an interview that we did with him, I said he beat cancer, and he goes, we don't want to say it that way. We don't want to tick this one off. And sure enough, it came back on him. But the activity that he's doing, and that, you know, I mean, if that doesn't inspire, if you watch what you put onto that TV piece yesterday, Martin, and somebody's sitting at home going, oh, no, it's kind of raining. I don't feel like going outside and maybe getting a walk in. Watch that piece, feel guilty enough, and then get your ass outside and walk.
Oh, yeah, it'll get you fired up. He's something else, man. Inspiring is the perfect word for it. And Martin, that was on Sports Final last night, and it was great to have him on the program with us last week. Kelly Chase battling, no surprise there. Chris Kerber with us every Monday here on TMA, giving us his perspective on the weekend that was for the Blues. Blues at home, taking on the Wild tomorrow. Sharks on Thursday. Pregame on 101 ESPN, 6 p.m. tomorrow night. Chris Kerber with the call. Kerbs, always appreciate the time. Thank you so much, sir.
All right, you guys have an awesome weekend. Be careful with the furniture.
Yeah, Martin, got to be careful with that seat over there.
I think I've decided I like this lower resting spot here.
Oh, is that better for the camera angle, too?
Well, is it?
Gives you a nice wide base.
Looks good. Yeah. All right,
it was
Jackson says you're in a good spot.
Kind of the feet. Are your feet dangling?
Yes,
guys?
they are. Yeah.
That's how I've been living my entire life. You can email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com for the design, air, heating, and cooling email of the day. Jackson, what are the standings here? As we only have 8 more shows in the month of November. 5 this week, 3 next week. The station is off on Thanksgiving and the day after Thanksgiving. Jackson
I'll come
Burkett.
in, though.
You will come in just to get some reps?
Show, yeah.
Get some reps. Buck Swope and JV Golf Coach are tied for a piece. And then my cousin Viddy and Alan Dadeville have a win apiece.
Alan Dadeville's got to be happy about Georgia.
I'd say so.
Carson Beck came to life. We'll talk about college football, where the rankings are, and who will get in, who will get left out. Because I think there's chaos coming our way, Doug. There's chaos coming our way.
Yes, there could be.
Gabe DeArmond is going to be with us at 9:00. Brought to you by James Carlton, Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt with you. You're always welcome to call in, and you will be asked where you went to school and if you enjoy warm fruit. That's how you get on the air. Callier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. Fisher Window and Door Store, 8 o'clock hour here on TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the 101 ESPN and TMA STL YouTube channels.
Hey, I've got an appointment coming up Wednesday morning right here at the house with Classic Air Care. They're coming in. I've got that window set between 7 and 11 in the morning. They're going to come to the house, make sure that the HVAC unit, the furnace, and everything is set to go for the winter as we start to turn. Sometimes with the fall, you're turning it off, you're turning it on, you're turning it off, you're turning it on. Or they're coming in to make sure that it's ready to go, because I do not need, with all the travel that we have and hockey games coming up, I don't need that thing running out and breaking while I'm on the road and then having to deal with it from the road. Now, why do I go with Classic Air Care? It's because of people like this. Donna. Dave was awesome, arrived on time, immediately figured out the problem with our AC unit and replaced a defective part. Great employee and company. We've used it for a number of times for rental properties and our residents. If those are your neighbors that can count on them and they're happy enough to take the time to put those kind of reviews out there and they've got a 4.8 Google rating, then you know that when you call Classic Air Care into your house, you can count on them with that kind of confidence as well. I'm using them here at my house. You can use them at yours. You can go online to book an appointment at classicaircare.com. You can call them as well. They've been making people comfortable since 1926.
Oh, Doug. Settle in now, brother. Is this 80?
I don't know the years. I don't know the years, Tim.
I'm going to say 85 to get me 84 and 86. Chairman Kurt?
85.
Marvin?
Yeah, it's a friend of mine. It's TMA. It's presented to you by Brown & Croup, and we're in the Fisher Window and Door Store 8 o'clock hour. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt, filtering the phone calls on the Callier and Thompson phone lines at 314-974-0101. Chris Kerber with us on the Blues weekend that was in Carolina and Boston in the previous segment. Miss anything? Go back and podcast on the Schaefer Door Company 101 ESPN app, and there's also a TMA STL app. And then in the YouTube channels, I see Jackson's Awful Dossier is asking where 265 people have gathered to talk it over, and that's just in the TMA chat. Hey, KG, can we call up just to chat? Doug, are you taking calls where people just want to chat?
We can go private with some of the listeners.
Nice. Mm-hmm. All right, well, Jackson's Awful Dossier.
All right.
Call into the program. Jackson, how did the players do in our college football picks this weekend? Ladies and gentlemen, Jackson Bennett Burkett Ledoux class of 2016.
So I guess I'll go worst to best. I'm bringing up the rear. 2 and 4 is what I went.
Wow, if 2 and 4 is our worst, we kind of played well.
Not bad. It wasn't bad. Yeah, Texas couldn't cover. Michigan State, Illinois ran through Michigan State. And, of course, LSU and Rocky Top failed to cover. Martin went 3 and 3. Doug also went 3 and 3. That's twice now that Martin and Doug have had the exact same record.
Okay.
And then Tim goes 5 and 1.
Oh, wow.
What did I lose?
You lost on Clemson.
Oh, yeah. I liked Clemson a lot,
And
too.
the Pitt had no business covering that game.
I didn't watch it, so I don't really know much about it.
It was kind of, we got to this bar a little earlier, and it was like one of the few games that was interesting on, and it was awful. Gabe was actually tweeting up a storm about it. He said Pitt was like the most deserving team to lose today he's ever seen.
But it took like a 50-yard run there at the end to beat them.
I know. Pitt played really poorly, but so did Clemson. But that was the one game you did not cover.
Kansas covered, right? Wasn't that what
Yes.
was the spread there?
12.
Okay, they lost by 10.
Yes.
So Arkansas did what we sort of conjectured, which was play a decent
a decent game against Texas. Texas has a hell of a defense. I'm just not sure what we're going to see from that's a mysterious team to me. And Oregon had their issues.
Yeah.
I know you love the Badgers up there,
Bucky
Martin.
Badger, yeah.
Yes. And then Wisconsin fired their offensive coordinator after they'd only picked up 80 yards in the second half yesterday. And they had a 13-6 lead on Oregon. Maybe it's because I was at the first grade parents' party, but I felt like that game got very little attention, that the number one team was on the ropes. Mm-hmm. And all of the attention was on Georgia and Tennessee. That's what I sensed, but I don't know. Doug, I mean, I'm just sitting there and I'm just pounding whiskey all night.
What was on the minds of the other parents at the first grade party? Were they worried about Wisconsin's offensive coordinator?
There were people despondent about the Missouri debacle.
Was there a teacher that was a bartender?
No, that's only a Chairman Kurtz.
Okay. I feel like that's a big miss by you guys.
No, we dined. We went to dinner. Yeah, yes. Very, yeah. That's where we went right after Missouri lost. And I'm like, Jackson, imagine this.
Okay.
You said you were in a bad place on Saturday night. And where'd you watch the game?
Sports and Social.
And this was in the shadows of the house that Newt Bar built?
That's exactly right, yeah.
Okay, so it's a ballpark village.
They built it before Newt even got here.
Yeah, but it wasn't really built until Newt arrived.
There you go, Doug.
Okay.
Imagine, if you would, that Missouri beat Texas A&M, and their only loss was at Roll Damn Tide. And that was the loss that made them an 8-2 team, as opposed to 7-3, that could very well have kept them out of the playoff. How would you have handled it?
Despondent by an extra 15%.
Oh, only 15%. Wow.
Well, like an extra. I was pretty despondent after the loss.
I see.
But I would have been 15% more, which would be approaching maximum level of despondence. Only ever reached before in the
maximum level of despondence.
What do you do when that happens? You just
that was
go home and go to bed?
That was 2012 against Norfolk State, and that's when tears come out. That's when,
you wept?
Well, yeah, I was 13 or 14. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's still pretty old to be crying.
That's
after a
max
game.
despondence. Well, now you're crying shaming me, and that's
You're,
cool.
What, 8th or 9th grade, and you're crying because your team lost?
Too worried about the lighting in the studio, and now you're going to chastise me for crying.
Oh, this Jackson Burkett.
Back him into a corner. He'll come out with claws, man.
Well, I'll never apologize for letting your emotions, take over.
Yeah. So my point being is, for me, the reason why. Listen, I was disappointed. Do not get me wrong, but in my mind, I couldn't get myself to a point where I really believed that they were playing for the playoff. I didn't feel like there was any circumstance. So therefore, once that happens, it's like when they completed the pass on 4th and 17 last year against Florida. I wasn't going crazy. I'm like, oh, that'll be good. I guess they'll get into one of those bowl games that, people talk about, get excited about, but, younger people I don't think really get all that into. So I just, for me, I was disappointed, but if that was something that would have kept them out of the playoff, I probably wouldn't have been able to attend the first grade parents party. And that is truly pathetic.
Pull yourself up by the bootstrap. Act like a man and deal with this stuff. This is entertainment. It's all it is.
I'm here
Unless
now,
you're a
aren't
player
I?
or a coach or involved in the school somehow. It's just entertainment.
I almost graduated from that school.
Oh, yeah? Well,
It's entertainment, but it can still mean a lot to you.
I think we universally said after the Bama loss, season's over. Everybody said season's over. And the rest of the way, you want to be entertained. You want to win as many games as you can because you're a fan. But the magnitude of that loss was altered by the magnitude of the game itself. You knew going in. Well, Drinkwitz said, that's right, I said it. College football playoff. But none of us really believed it.
No. Theoretically, it could have happened, I think.
Well, we had charts and graphs.
We had the charts and graphs. So I wouldn't have ruled that out. I guess if Arkansas could have won somehow, that would have been helpful. But I was excited by how well they played offensively in the second half. If that offense would have been out there against Texas A&M and Alabama, then I don't know if they necessarily win those games, but it certainly would have given you a different perspective. And that is why I view the 2023 season as successful as it was, because when they did play against the big boys, they either beat them like Tennessee or they hung with them like they did in Athens. And this year, it was just a different set of circumstances. With regard to Jackson, our wager, 3 SEC teams getting into the college football playoff. Do you want to short this? I'll allow you a buyout at $10.
Yeah. Yes.
Doug, he just opted out.
BYU losing
$10 right now, ho.
BYU losing really torpedoed that for me, because now it's Big 12 is almost certainly only going to get one team. ACC is almost certainly going to get one team. That leaves an extra one for the SEC. So yeah, I'll do it right now.
All right, Venmo coming my way, Doug. Get paid.
You won't get the money unless he says ho at the end of it.
That's how it is. That's how you address
such a thing.
I'm a bit of a pimp. And that's how I get paid. Yeah, it's exciting.
I'll do that.
Did anyone realize the Arizona State coach is 34?
Kenny Dillingham?
I love watching Kenny Dillingham press. He's the same guy who said we're going to have open tryouts for kicker after they lost to Cincinnati.
So funny.
What if they wouldn't have lost to Cincinnati?
I know.
Beware Arizona State.
That's what I'm saying.
A lot of people talking Colorado. Arizona State's alive to be the 4 seed in the playoff. I'm telling you, number one, you're going to have chaos with who gets in, and it could be Indiana that causes all hell to break loose when an SEC team gets in there. Either way, it's either going to be Indiana or Tennessee/Ole Miss that doesn't get in. All hell breaks loose. And then secondly, you're going to have people going, God, being the 5 seed's the best. You don't have to play in the conference championship game, or if you do, then you get to play the 12 seed and you get it at home, and then you get to play the 4 seed in the second round. It's the absolute best, and there's a damn good chance that the 5 team is going to be a favorite against the 4 seed. You follow me? Holler if you hear me. Tupac, 1991. That's going to be something that needs to be tended to. Just mark my words. I'm Nostradamus.
Okay.
What's the game you want to see? Like, ultimately, would it be an Oregon Ohio State rematch?
Of Alabama and Notre Dame in either South Bend or Tuscaloosa.
Along the way, like I would say national championship though. Do you have a
national
dream?
Championship?
Kind of like we said, Lions, Chiefs, Super Bowl. Is there a dream?
I think with college football this year, it's such a different set of circumstances because I don't necessarily see like Oregon having trouble with Wisconsin didn't really surprise me. Number one, they had a couple of star players injured. Number two, they haven't had a bye since September 21st. And number three, it's the third time they've had to travel all those time zones across the state this year, or all across the United States this year. And I think that can play a role role in teams' performances. So, but if that would have been, say, a Saban Alabama team from years gone by, or even a Dabo Clemson team, it would have gotten more attention. And I think people don't view the number one team as invincible this year, whereas in past years, they have been viewed that way. So I don't necessarily see, I think Ohio State may be the best team, but they have the loss to Oregon, and hey, I understand it. So you put Oregon at number one.
So they got to play an extra game because they're not going to get the bye.
If they lose to Indiana, and then the whole world changes.
How about the fact Georgia is playing UMass this weekend? The old Mizzou-UMass game.
UMass had a big 3 SEC teams this year for UMass.
Little gauntlet.
Yep,
At least Georgia doesn't have to go to Amherst.
Although
it's beautiful in New England. That time
the foliage now.
You can see leaves here.
Excited.
We don't need to go to Massachusetts to see leaves.
Do you think Ole Miss gets in?
If they're getting 4, if we're going to operate under the idea that the SEC could get 4, then I think they are the most deserving of the 2 lost teams in the SEC.
They play at Florida and home against Mississippi State, probably 2 wins. So they're going to be
Gators are live.
They look like a completely different team.
Gators
they
are
looked like
live.
at the beginning of the
I
season.
tip my cap. I love when programs go, hey, we're going to stay with the guy. And maybe the buyouts create that, but I just don't think it's the right thing to just pull the plug on coaches left and right.
Sometimes you have to pull the plug on your garage door opener, though, Tim. Monday morning, you get in the car, and the garage door goes up, and the garage door goes down. I think that happened with all of us today, unless some of you are still living with carports. Martin, I don't know if you own a car.
You take a shot?
But if you did, you'd have a garage door opener, and I hope that you would allow the fine people at Schaefer to service it when it needs it. That's what they did to my house. I had a problem. For whatever reason, if you have a problem, it tends to happen on Monday morning more than any other days. I guess because you're up and down all during the weekend. And Schaefer Door has a special Monday morning standby service for doors that break over the weekend. Isn't that convenient? You just call 636-782-3608, and Schaefer Door will be right out there lickety-split to get you taken care of. It's 636-782-3608. They service all kind of garage doors for service and new installs with LiftMaster. LiftMaster garage door openers are strong, quiet, and yes, sir, they are versatile. This is a business that's been around a long time. They have multiple family members working there, big enough for any type of job. If you run a business or a warehouse with big, tall doors, Schaefer is experienced in those types of jobs as well. Their service techs are not commission-based, won't try to sell you a whole new door if you don't need it. For me, it was just a strut. I was very happy they just replaced a strut, and my garage door worked perfect. Again, the number to text or call is 636-782-3608. Schaefer Door is a LiftMaster partner.
And Schaefer Door has that Monday morning standby service. That's Jason Gosrow and Schaefer Door sponsor the apps here on TMA.
Can you fix my chair, do you think, Schaefer?
I think Jason would come in and fix that thing
Might
for
be a
us.
spring issue.
Could be a spring or a
Could be
strut.
a weight issue. But
the Colonel's going to be with us, brought to you by James Carlton, coming up at 9 o'clock. Send your emails in for the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day. This is TMA on 101 ESPN. Well, we got a high of 48 with cold winds coming on Thursday, and that means this is the time to contact Universal Windows Direct. As we head into winter, you don't want to be stuck with old, drafty windows making your heating system work overtime. Universal Windows Direct is here to help keep you warm and save you money. Right now, for every 2 windows you buy, you get 2 free. There's no limit. On top of that, Universal Windows Direct is offering 0% financing for 60 months. That's 5 years interest-free. Restrictions apply. Universal Windows Direct backs their windows with a true lifetime warranty. Call Universal Windows Direct today at 314-334-2522. Remember, for every 2 windows you buy, you get 2 free plus 0% financing for 60 months. Restrictions apply. Call today, 314-334-2522. And like me, you'll be saying, I love my windows.
This is Action Jackson with a SportsCenter update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. The Los Angeles Clippers defeat the Utah Jazz yesterday, 116-105. James Harden, with his 20 points, passes Ray Allen for second on all-time three-pointers list yesterday. That was another SportsCenter update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, an independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer.
TMA, presented to you by Brown & Crouppen, 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. You want to call in, Chairman Kurt stands by and answers the Callier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. That's where Gabe DeArmond's going to join us coming up at 9 o'clock. And the Colonel will take your questions. You can read his work at powermizzou.com. James Carlton presents Gabe DeArmond on the show. Email in for our Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Morning after at InsideSTL.com. Doug, I thought the speeches following Jake Paul, Mike Tyson were very emotional.
Yeah, they sure were.
Jake Paul praising the United States of America, and I thought that I think that brought the country together.
Resonates, yeah.
And also Mike Tyson's effort. Take a listen.
Hit the lever, please, Jackie. All right, hit the lever, Pale.
First and foremost, Mike Tyson. It's such an honor. Let's give it up for Mike, bro. He's a legend. He's the greatest to ever do it. He's the GOAT. I look up to him. I'm inspired by him, and we wouldn't be here today without him. This man is an icon, and it's just an honor to be able to fight him. And he's obviously the toughest, baddest man on the planet. So it was really tough, like I expected it to be.
And then Mike Tyson said he may not be done fighting, might fight Jake's brother Logan. And then Jake's brother Logan jumped in and said, "I will effing kill you."
Gosh.
If you had to throw money down, would you pay to see Tyson fight again?
That'll wrap it up.
No.
That'll wrap her on up. I am so disappointed with myself for staying up to watch that.
But at least you didn't pay. I mean, you got a Netflix subscription, but imagine all the people that traveled to Dallas and probably spent hundreds of dollars on tickets to go to this thing.
So the thing with Netflix, they've had trouble live streaming things before. If you remember, the Love is Blind reunion got pretty much canceled because they couldn't.
Martin, you sounded like you were invested in it.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
But I'm talking about
Remember that, Tim? The Love is Blind reunion?
People out there know. There was a big thing. I don't necessarily watch it, but there was a lot of people who were going to have eyeballs on it, and they couldn't get the live stream going for that. They had issues with the Chris Rock special ones. They have issues live streaming, and they have the exclusive rights to 2 Christmas Day NFL games. So,
Bill.
So if you can't figure that out by then, now they have done okay. Like they've live streamed some F1 stuff before, and it's been okay. But when they have a lot of eyeballs on it, and they're claiming $60 million for the Jake Paul fight, that's going to be a problem if the NFL can't be broadcast.
Not being a techie myself, does that mean they just need more servers or something? It's got to be a rather simple fix, right? Just get more
power.
Ted
Sarandos on in the 10 o'clock hour to talk about his product.
10:15.
I would just have thought that's something they would have figured out by now.
Netflix CTO Elizabeth Stone wrote the following, per Bloomberg: "This unprecedented scale created many technical challenges, which the launch team tackled brilliantly."
Wasn't that brilliant?
By prioritizing stability of the stream for the majority of viewers. I'm sure many of you have seen the chatter in the press and on social media about the quality issues. We don't want to dismiss the poor experience of some members, and no, we have room for improvement, but we still consider this event a huge success.
Yeah.
She acknowledged the chatter, though, that's out there. A lot of that chatter.
I didn't get to see the women beat the living hell out of each other.
That was a great fight.
Missed that.
That was outstanding.
The one before it was kind of okay. I did see bits of that. I would think that was pretty close to a disaster for Netflix. They were pretty close to not having it on at all for a large swath of the country.
Yeah.
Her answer sounded a bit like, boy, it was so successful. We struggled a little bit. Like we were so popular. Like it didn't really sound like they drilled down on what went wrong.
And for the record, the 60 million households, that is Netflix reporting that. That is not like a Nielsen data point.
Right. They need a Gallup poll.
I think a Gallup poll would confirm it.
I'd like Mike Tyson's pre-fight interview to become a permanent drop where he just speaks doom and gloom, and then the young reporter just says, "Thanks for sharing that." I just think that
is that available, Jackson?
If you could make that part of your drop Zootopia over there, whatever you
I like that drop Zootopia.
There you go.
All right.
Well, in your return to the ring for this fight, you are setting a monumental opportunity for kids my age to see the legend Mike Tyson in the ring for the first time. So after such a successful career, what type of legacy would you like to leave behind when it's all said and done?
Well, I don't know. I don't believe in the word legacy. I just think that's another word for ego. Legacy doesn't mean nothing. That's just some word everybody grabbed onto. Someone said that word and everyone grabbed on the word, so now it's used every 5 seconds. It means absolutely nothing to me. I'm just passing through. I'm going to die, and it's going to be over. What a big ego. So I'm going to die. I want people to think that I'm this, I'm great. No, we're nothing. We're just dead. We're dust. We're absolutely nothing. Our legacy is nothing.
Thank you so much for sharing that. That is something that...
That's the best part. Thanks for sharing that.
Again, that girl was probably 13, if I had to guess.
My goodness. Thanks for sharing that.
Mario in Chicago says that the Chiefs and Steelers on Christmas Day on Netflix is going to be a major problem if they can't get it right. I did not realize that's the game. Crap, that could be an AFC Championship preview there.
Well, yeah, well, we've seen that with Peacock, too. Like, these streamers want the big games that people are going to have to go to their sites for, so I'm assuming they're ponying up for the more premium matchups.
You think that game would do a bigger audience than the Tyson fight? I don't know if it would.
The NFC Championship game, they referenced this in the Front Office Sports article, had 59 million at peak. So if you're operating that Netflix numbers are
49ers
authentic.
Lions?
Yeah, 49ers Lions, yes. If you're operating under the idea that the Netflix numbers are accurate, then they have outpaced the NFC Championship.
But again, those are not independently verified.
Right, we don't know exactly how many people are watching on Netflix.
That sounds really high. I mean, Mike Tyson, yes, big name, but past his prime. The YouTube factor with
maybe it's how many people were on Netflix, but not necessarily watching the fight.
Yeah, were they just using their Netflix account at that moment
to watch
Killing of the Sacred Deer.
Killing of the Sacred Deer.
For sure.
Shout out Barry Keoghan.
Why did he deserve a shout out?
And
Jackson, you're attracted to him?
Identify that the man is handsome and just a wonderful actor. And Irish, Martin.
Oh, thanks. Good or bad?
At this point, whenever someone issues a press release, I just prepare for them to act like we're all stupid. Otherwise, you just wouldn't say anything. That's from Milagro Tequila, texter of the year 2023, Arbor Day.
Yeah, I agree. Oftentimes, the explanation is less than satisfying. There's a lot of chatter out there.
That's how you get to be the CEO, is you come up with a line of...
CTO, the chief
Ted
technical
Sarandos
officer.
is the CEO.
Oh.
Yeah, he just got scolded by Jackson again.
Well, remember,
CTO.
Ted's going to join us at 10:30.
10:15, I thought. We're going to move back to 10:30.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll have a call.
He has to be in 10-2.
I know Gabe DeArmond's going to be joining us at 9 o'clock. That's presented to you by James Carlton. I know we have the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today coming your way at 10:45. Send yours in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. That's presented to you by Seth Goldcamp at Design Air Heating and Cooling.
I was looking at the forecast for this coming week. And
it's rough.
There are some days late in the week where it's going to be in the low 30s for the low. So your furnace better be working.
Too.
Hope you've had it checked out. If you didn't check it out, you're just kind of rolling the dice. You ought to have it checked out by Design Air Heating and Cooling. It's a fourth-generation St. Louis business. Seth Goldcamp and his family have served more than 10,000 people since 1904. They are the longest-running TMA supporter and advertiser on the show, best known for their honesty and going above and beyond. You know what they did when they came to my house? They put on those little hospital booties over their shoes. I kind of like that. They don't want to track anything into your home. They pay attention to the little details. And, of course, they know the big details. They know how to work on your furnace or your air conditioning. Of course, they know how to do that. They are simply the best. They train their employees, and they know that some of these guys have been with them 20, 25 years or more. They take their reputation very seriously. Their website, easy to navigate with convenience of online scheduling now. So for all of your heating and cooling needs, go to where we go. Go to Design Air Heating and Cooling. Find them online at designair.net. That Design Air has an E on the end of it. Designair.net. That's DESIGNAIRE.net.
Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, and Chairman Kurt with you. Watch the program on YouTube, on TMA STL's YouTube channel or 101 ESPN's YouTube channel. And, of course, you can stream it in podcasts via the Schaefer Door Company 101 ESPN app. And Schaefer Door Company, also the sponsor of the TMA STL app. This is the Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. It's TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Fisher Window and Door Store, 8 o'clock hour. Chris Kerber with us earlier in the hour. Gabe DeArmond coming up in the 9 o'clock hour, presented to you by 5P Academy and Hustle and Heart Sports Performance. Munganest, sponsor of the 10 o'clock hour. And we'll have the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. Munganest is online at stlouisacura.com and altontoyota.com. That's Jamie Burkhardt and Peter Munganest. And then in the service department, Ryan Seiberg, 314-252-0029. That's how you can reach out to them. They are as accessible as the day is long. I love making introductions to Jamie Burkhardt when a listener reaches out to me, and you can do so by emailing me at tmckernan@insidestl.com. Then I connect you with Jamie, and now you have that accessibility that we have enjoyed with the great people at Munganest, St. Louis Acura, and Munganest Burkhardt, Alton Toyota. stlouisacura.com and altontoyota.com, sponsor of our 10 o'clock hour here. Gabe DeArmond will be joining us in a matter of moments. We will take your two-part questions for the Colonel. James Carlton is going to be in studio with us. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. Oh, Doug, when they were playing this at Williams-Brice on Saturday, that place was shaking, is what Tom Hart, friend of the show, said.
Right. I almost felt bad for the Gamecocks. When it's their stadium and they have to hear this song.
They're used to Sandstorm, and instead they played this, and Shane Beamer, surprisingly, was whining. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. It's TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, 5P Academy, and Hustle and Heart Sports Performance, 9 o'clock hour. James Carlton presents Gabe DeArmond every Monday. James is in studio. James, how are you doing? And I'm asking not just in the polite manner, but also how are you doing following Saturday at approximately 6:45 p.m.?
I'm okay.
Jackson had to go home.
Well, at least he didn't have to explain and apologize to his kids the next day about their behavior. I'm not proud of how I acted watching that game.
Oh, no.
What'd you do? No, I just got, the pick up the flag on Brady Cook not targeting, the PI on Cameron Johnson. It was more officiating that got really, really frustrating to me. And then obviously, the positives. I mean, my gosh, Nate Noel had an incredible day on the ground in that 4th and 5. That might have been the loudest. Their fan base is incredible. That was so loud on TV on that 4th and 5, and for Brady to execute that kind of throw in that situation, just incredible. But I issued a statement to my family first thing Sunday morning.
A communique?
Yes. So I'll put something public on Twitter, but I'm not proud of my behavior on Saturday night.
No, were things broken?
No. I don't get violent. I just say some things I kind of regret. Let's put it that way.
I like that.
Issued a statement to the family.
Ladies and gentlemen, to give us some perspective on the festivities, the Colonel, Gabriel P. DeArmond, brought to you by James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency, joins us on the Callier and Thompson phone lines here on 101 ESPN. Morning, Colonel.
Hi, guys. How are you?
James has unfortunately had to send a fax to his family apologizing for his behavior on Saturday. I still haven't had a chance to watch the postgame show. I'm looking forward to doing that. How are they handling things on the postgame show Saturday, Colonel?
I did drop an F-bomb at one point on the postgame show out of fear and utter frustration. I overall handled it pretty well, but it just sometimes we lack a bit of perspective immediately after games, which is why we do that show. If
That's
everyone
exactly right.
It would be no fun for anyone.
Yeah, capitalize on the exposed nerves, especially when you can include some alcohol. It's magical broadcasting. You can watch it on YouTube, Power Mizzou channel. I saw a thread yesterday on Power Mizzou in which somebody was saying that they thought this was in the top 4 losses since the 2007 season, and I saw your response. It's not even in the top 20, and I really enjoyed that. And the reason I bring that up is we were kind of discussing. For me, while it was a heartbreaking ending, I didn't really feel like they were playing for anything with regard to the playoff deep down. So that's why I didn't think it. But I think for fans who did think that was still alive, that's why it was such a gut punch. Is that? And did you just say bingo? Is that what I heard?
Yeah, this loss was only really painful if you were under the delusion that Missouri had a shot at the playoff. Look, they didn't. I mean. And look where we're at this week. There are 6 SEC teams who could finish 10-2. I think 2 of them are missing the playoff. Missouri was behind those teams. Like, Missouri could win out, and it wasn't going to matter. They were not making the play. Now, I shouldn't say it wasn't going to matter. You want to win as many games as you can. You beat South Carolina, all that. But, like, in terms of were you going to make the playoff, no. I mean, anybody that puts this in the same conversation with the loss to Auburn, the loss to Oklahoma, even the 2014 loss to Alabama, you were one step away from playing for something there. And you were actually playing for something that day. You were playing for bragging rights and 6th place on Saturday. And the other thing is, look, sometimes you're just losing. Like, sometimes the other guy just makes one more play. I know that what kind of drives me insane is we have to spend time after every single loss, and it's not Missouri fans, it's every sports fan there is. It's always something your team did wrong. sometimes the other guy just makes a play. It's everywhere. I mean, I was getting texts yesterday during the Chiefs game. Can't tackle, can't do this. Sometimes you play Josh Allen, and he's probably the best player in the NFL right now. And he makes a play. South Carolina made a lot of plays on Saturday night. Missouri went down and took the lead, and Lenora Sellers went and made 2 or 3 really big plays.
Gabe, I did have the privilege of listening to your postgame show, and my favorite was probably the guy that left the voicemail complaining about the offensive line. They were playing arguably the best defensive line they'll play all season, held their own. Brady Cook was pretty much upright the whole game. And then, Tim's a big line of scrimmage guy.
I am. I'm stunned to hear that somebody complained about the offensive line.
And also on the defensive line of scrimmage, this Rocket Sanders that put up 144 yards against A&M was bottled up to 57 yards on 19 carries against Mizzou's defensive line. Mizzou had the best line of scrimmage game they had all year. Talk to the listeners out there that are complaining about the offensive and defensive lines in this game.
Well, if Missouri was going to lose this game, I thought that's where they'd lose it, right? This was like the purple people eaters that we were seeing out of South Carolina, the best defensive line ever. They were fine. They made some plays. But you would not have watched that game and thought this is one of the best defensive lines in America. And Missouri did it with a backup center, which Drake Heismeyer, I think, deserves all the credit he will get this week. And then, defensively, Johnny Walker and Christian Williams were living in the South Carolina backfield. Now, they didn't finish all those plays off, which is what hurts. But again, Lenora Sellers deserves some credit for that. He bent over at a 45-degree angle and went matrix there on a play and got away and kept his eyes downfield and made a play. So no, Missouri was great, and I think it's just kind of proof of what I was saying. Like I went yesterday and watched South Carolina's final drive and did kind of an in-depth breakdown on it on our message board because I said, I want you to be complaining about what actually happened, not complaining about what you think happened because you're mad that it did, right? So people are going, well, we just did this and this and this. Well, a lot of those things didn't actually happen. You just think they did. Let's go back and look at what actually occurred. And so, if you're, anybody complaining about the offensive and defensive line, like that's just your go-to. It's kind of like after every basketball loss, shot selection was bad. After every football loss, play calling was bad. It's just an easy thing to say in emotion, but it didn't have any basis in reality.
When my team loses, I like to blame the officials, and there were...
Yeah, that's a common thing, too.
Yeah, there were a few questionable calls, though. The one that got me was that, I don't know if it was a personal foul or unnecessary roughness when the Mizzou offensive tackle pushed the Carolina player away from Brett Norfleet, and then he took a dive like a soccer player, and they give Mizzou 15 yards. I thought that was a horrendous call.
Then he took a bow.
Yeah.
It was a bad call. No question it was a bad call. But also, like, you just don't go push it. Don't run from 5 yards away to push it. The worst call in that game was the, fourth down that they actually had to stop twice, and then they didn't stop, and then they did stop it. They actually kind of screwed both teams at once on that. It was a horribly officiated game. More of them went against Missouri than against South Carolina. At the same time, you had the lead with 1:10 seconds left. There were no bad calls on the last drive, right? And I think the worst thing we do when we're looking at games is saying, well, if you just change this play in the second quarter, well, but then the rest of the game doesn't go that way, right? It's easy to say, well, if you didn't stop the play, the first play of the fourth quarter, and Nate Noel scores a touchdown, well, we have 4 more points, and then South Carolina needs. Yeah, but the rest of the fourth quarter might not go the same way if Nate Noel scores a touchdown there. Everybody's approaching it differently. So, to me, Missouri lost that game in one and only one place. In the last 2 minutes of the first half and the last 2 minutes of the game, South Carolina had 2 drives that were 11 plays, 147 yards, and 14 points. That's it. You lost the game there. Everything else is secondary.
Gabe, were you surprised how unlimited Brady Cook? He didn't seem to be too bothered by either of the injuries. The fact that he played was sort of speculated. I think you wrote about it on Friday, and depending on who you talked to, there was always a chance. I was impressed at his ability to get out there, run around a little bit. I guess he was healthier than most of us had guessed about a week ago.
Yeah, I actually heard on Friday night that he had taken most of the first team reps in practice and wasn't all that limited. Now, I always thought going in, the question to me was the ankle. The wrist injury, that's a real simple, the doctors either say yes or no. I mean, either you're cleared from that or you're not. My question was, how much good did the 3 weeks off do his ankle? And it turns out a whole lot because, I mean, he wasn't running a ton. I don't think he was 100%, but he was mobile enough to do what they needed him to do, and as I said, I mean, Brady is already, I think, maybe the most clutch Mizzou quarterback I've covered in what he's done in fourth quarters. But then you add to it, like, his first career start, he led them to a go-ahead score against Army, and the defense couldn't hold it. Saturday, he led it. Like, that pass to Luther, I think it was the best throw of Brady's career. I think it was the best play of Luther's career. It should be mentioned with 4th and 17 and the TJ Moe play and all these things that have gone down in history. It just won't be because the defense couldn't hold the lead. But I think the emotional swing on quarterback in the last month for Missouri fans, we've gone from Brady Cook's not good enough and he's going to cost us the playoff to, oh my God, he just left the hospital and won a game and I'll never say anything bad about him, to, oh, Drew Pine beat Oklahoma. Well, we should start Drew Pine. He's clearly better than Brady. And back to where I think, look, you should have, I'm not saying Brady's the best quarterback in the history of Missouri football. Nothing like that. But there shouldn't be a lot of guys that fans remember a lot more fondly than, I mean, what he did coming off an injury in that environment, in a game that really did mean something. It's up there as far as things I've seen out of Missouri quarterback.
Gabe DeArmond, our guest here on TMA. It's 101 ESPN. And Gabe is brought to you by James Carlton at the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency. And James is in studio with us, and he's online at carltoninsurance.net. He's my insurance agent, and I recommend him to our audience. Colonel, as far as the way this season is received by Missouri fans, we did a poll on Twitter last week, and what was it? About 70% said they consider it overall, relative to expectations, a disappointment. The record is good. There's a chance it ends regular season-wise 9-3. However, I think for me, if the games against Alabama and A&M would have been relatively similar to what we saw in Columbia, South Carolina, my perspective on where the program is and the caliber of the year would have been different, even with the close wins against Vanderbilt, Auburn, and Oklahoma. But because those were no-shows, that makes me wonder just how good the team really is/was. Last year when they lost, they battled against LSU and battled at Athens as well. Your perspective on this team and then how this team will be viewed in a few years by Missouri fans?
I think it's a top 25 team. It's clearly not a top 10 team, which was the goal and the expectation, or at least the hope coming into the year. I think it was it can both be a disappointment and not a bad season, right? I think if you win 9 games in the regular season at Missouri, nobody can ever say that's bad or a failure, but it's okay to say it came up a little short of what you thought and hoped it was going to be. And realistically, I mean, you go back to August, we looked at it and we said, okay, they have a 4-game season. Like, we know they're going to be 8-0. They have a 4-game season. It's South Carolina, Alabama, A&M, and Oklahoma. Well, they went 1-3 in those games, and they needed a miracle to get the one against a team that honestly just isn't nearly as good as it was supposed to be. So I think it's fair to say you kind of got a little more than the bare minimum out of what you should have gotten out of this season. So it's okay to be disappointed in it, but also not a bad year.
Gabe, have you ever had to issue a statement to your family the day after a game?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay.
Maybe there have been times that was desired, but
you didn't deliver it.
I don't know.
That's the James bar. That's why I wanted to see.
I think this is why I was so emotional. I know the ranking in front of South Carolina was 21, 22, what have you, but the last month, they are a top 10 team. I could argue that's the best team that Mizzou's faced this year, is that South Carolina team. And for them to come back when they're on the mat and to have that kind of play on a 4th and 5 with that crowd buzzing, I wanted it so bad. Yeah, I wanted it so bad at that point. And for them, and I think South Carolina was going to settle for the field goal. If you remember, it was a quarterback draw on first down and then a shuttle, or what do they call it, a shuffle pass to Rocket. They were not going to have him throw again and risk not at least forcing overtime. And then it was going to be, can South Carolina stop Nate Noel, or could Mizzou stop Lenore Sellers? Because both those guys were going off, and I was really looking forward to seeing that. So tough way to lose. Exhilarating game, and once again, I did issue a statement to my family, and I apologize.
That has been.
Well, and another point, like elite play call by South Carolina on the shuffle pass. That was such a fantastic play call, and then a great individual effort by Rocket Sanders, breaking really 4 tackles on a 15-yard run. If that game had gone to overtime, I didn't feel very good about Missouri's chances. I thought Missouri had to stop them before they got to field goal range to win that game. Red zone offense hadn't been very good. Sellers had been really good, and I thought Missouri's defense was getting tired. But I think a lot of people feel like you feel like that was kind of the last chance to have a moment in this season, right? I mean, you're going to get to the end of this year, and you're going to be 9-3, and hey, if you can go, if you can get fortunate enough to get like Clemson in the Gator Bowl and win that, then you'll have something like that. But I mean, last year it wasn't just 11-2. It had the K-State game. It had the Florida game. It had the Cotton Bowl win. This year, you're going to go 9-3 and go, yeah. I mean, that win over Vandy was kind of a highlight, and it just feels like a hollow 9-3. Whether that's fair or not. I think that's kind of how a lot of people feel. Like, yeah, you're 9-3, but anything less than 9-3 with this schedule would have been like borderline. The wheels came off.
They may never have a softer schedule than this forever. If it was ever going to happen, this was the year that it might have happened.
Things were lined up, right? Mm-hmm. And I know Missouri fans, we're still having this argument on my message board. They get really mad when you have it to say it's a soft schedule. Well, they played 3 top 20 teams on the road. They did. They lost to all of them, and then they played nothing else the rest of the way. Again, is it a harder schedule than Indiana? Yes. Harder schedule than, Colorado? Yes. But that's not what you're in the SEC. You have to play an SEC schedule. If the goal was easy schedule, get to the playoff, then seriously just go back to the Big 12. If that's the goal, just go back to the Big 12. And would Missouri have been 11-1 in the Big 12 this year? Very well might have. But that's not reality. You're in the SEC. This is the schedule. These are the teams you're going to play the rest of the time.
Hey, Colonel, if you look at who Illinois has left, Rutgers and Northwestern, who Missouri has left, Mississippi State and Arkansas, real good chance that both finish 9-3. What do you think the chances are that they meet in a bowl?
I think it's possible. Bowls do things like that. And I know, we had this conversation. There are people on our message board who really would like to see that. I've seen plenty of Missouri-Illinois games. I would rather see, Missouri Clemson, Missouri, Colorado, Missouri, Georgia Tech, just something I don't see very often, because to me, if you're not playing a bowl game that's like the playing for everything, then I just want to see something I don't see very often. And I've seen Missouri, Illinois, but it would make sense from a selling tickets, rivalry, ratings perspective. I actually don't think it would be great for Missouri because I don't really know what you have to gain there. Right. I mean, right now, Missouri and Illinois' football programs, even though Illinois has gotten better, I think it's viewed as Missouri is clearly the superior program, won 5 or 6 in a row, and that's why Illinois stopped the series and all that. So if you go play a bowl game that I wouldn't think Luther Burden will play, I probably wouldn't think Theo Weiss will play, who knows with some other guys, then if you lose that game, then what's that do to the perception of the season? Whereas if you lose to Georgia Tech, nobody really cares.
And final thought, the SEC, you're making reference to the college football playoff and 5 teams sitting there thinking they're going to get in, and there's a good chance.
I think they'll get in right now.
Yeah, if you want to, because we weren't probably including A&M. What do you think is going to wind up happening here? That one of those 2-loss teams gets in, or that a 1-loss, if they lose, Indiana right now a 9.5-point underdog this weekend at Ohio State, that Indiana would be left out? Either way, I think we're going to have all hell break loose on that Sunday when they announce the brackets.
Yeah, because we have no idea what the committee values, right? I mean, if Indiana goes 11-1, that's great. They've literally beaten nobody any good. Honestly, Penn State can go 11-1, and their best win is Illinois. Meanwhile, you would have, say, Tennessee at 10-2. They have a really good loss to Georgia, a pretty bad loss to Arkansas, but like they've beaten Alabama. I want teams in the playoff. I want proof that you can beat other playoff teams, because if you're just going there and your best win is Illinois, then I don't know, you haven't really earned a spot. But we have no idea. It's going to be a mess. I mean, like I said, I think there are going to be 2 10-2 teams in the SEC that don't get there. Whether that's Ole Miss, A&M, I think Tennessee's in some danger. If Texas loses to A&M or loses the SEC title game, honestly, Texas hadn't beaten anybody this year either. Like, we think Texas should be really good, and they're number 3 in the country, but if you look at their actual resume, they haven't really done anything. Michigan's not any good. They got hammered by Georgia. Texas A&M doesn't have a top 25 win right now because Missouri dropped out and LSU dropped out. So there's a lot of teams there that I don't really know. Some of them are going to get left out, and people are going to be mad about it. But the other thing is, people are mad that, say, Colorado might get in, or BYU might get in, or an SMU could get in. Well, the playoff is not. It's never been about let's identify the best team in the country. No sport is we're going to give our trophy to the best team. The best team's identified over the course of the regular season. Then that team gets a shot to prove over the next 3 weeks that it was the best team. But the best team often doesn't win in a playoff. The playoff's about drama and just handing out a trophy. The best team doesn't necessarily win it. So I like the fact that, hey, like there's a scenario we could see Boise State as a 3 seed in this playoff because the Big 12 champ could drop below them. SMU could win the SEC or ACC, and all of a sudden Boise's sitting there as the number 3 seed, getting a bye and then facing like Georgia in the second round.
Colonel, PowerMizzou.com, brought to you every Monday and Friday here on TMA by James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency. Colonel, thanks for the time as always.
All right, appreciate it, guys.
There he is. It's Gabe Yarman with us here. James, do you have any interest in a bowl?
Not particularly.
Okay.
I did go to that Liberty Bowl in Memphis in 2018. What a weekend on New Year's Eve.
Pony.
My wife was very impressed.
Before issuing the communique to your family, did you yell at some of your children?
No, not at them, but you're not proud of that behavior at times. Yeah. I went. I took them to the grocery store. We were going to have a football party. We got Teddy Grahams and root beer. They might have watched 30 seconds of the game, but I wanted to get them excited for this big game, on Saturday afternoon, and it just did not turn out the way I wanted.
And then Dad's, deep into the whiskey and screaming.
Right. Jackson and I should have just met over at Dee's place. I mean, that's probably what we should have done.
What if Mizzou loses to Arkansas? Doesn't that change? I'm not saying they will, but if they just happen to not care about that game a ton and just stumble,
I think that's the risk.
Then all of this changes in terms of the breakdown.
And I here's the thing, only because I think, I don't know. I really follow this stuff, and I know you do as well, James, and Jackson and Chairman Kurt do as well, perhaps unhealthily, and I don't think Martin and Doug are in the unhealthy camp. I don't think Mississippi State's a lock. No. And Mississippi State, though, carries kind of a connotation that Vanderbilt has, not to that level of being a doormat, but that they are the doormat this year. Mississippi State has hung with some people,
including A&M.
And I'm just like, that isn't. And if Missouri isn't really motivated, and they're coming off of that's Mississippi State can score some points. They can't really stop anybody, but just that isn't a lock, So yeah, you're right, Martin. If there is a loss to one of those two, then that really
give
changes.
Drinkwitz credit though. Mizzou football is relevant, and he seems to get his guys ready to play. I mean, you can never really count them out of a game. Obviously, the A&M game's the exception. That second half, they gave up with like an 80-yard run first play, but for the most part, and you saw it on those films last year, he is a good locker room guy. We don't know if he's a great on the field coach, but he is a good locker room guy, and his players seem to really get after it for him.
In a year in which, the season's essentially over in mid-November, it gave me as a fan, and I would imagine a lot of other fans and people who had zero interest in Missouri football going into it, 4 moments that were truly like, get out of your chair, holy crap. Vanderbilt missing the kick in overtime, never realizing that Vanderbilt would turn into what Vanderbilt turned into this year. The comeback against Auburn, take your pick of a moment against Oklahoma in the final 7.5 minutes of gameplay. There were like 5 of them, and then Cook to Burden on 4th and 5. Mm-hmm. I mean, holy crap. gap. So as far as excitement goes, they absolutely delivered. It just was the underperformances in particular against A&M and Alabama, and then the near-death experiences with some bottom feeders this year, even though they're brands in Auburn and Oklahoma, that make me go, okay, they just weren't that great. But so good to see what the offensive line. I can't believe somebody was bitching about the offensive line did in the second half.
It would be like if Tampa Bay in that playoff game against the Rams, if they were complaining about the defense because they gave up that one touchdown to Ricky Pearl, right? My God, I mean, you're shutting down the greatest show on turf.
All right, we will always talk it over here with James and Gabe on Mondays and Fridays. James, thanks so much for the time, as always, sir.
Thanks, gentlemen.
That's James Carlton, CarltonInsurance.net. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt with you. This is TMA, and it's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. It's TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. We are in the 5P Academy and Hustle and Heart Sports Performance 9 o'clock hour. And you're welcome to get involved in the program. Somebody was yelling at Chairman Kurt in the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Is this person on?
No, they just wanted me to pass along a message to Martin.
What is the message that you are responsible with passing along, Chairman Kurt?
He just wanted me to tell Martin that there's absolutely no way they're going to lose Brady's last game at Arkansas, so I passed the message along.
It's at home against Arkansas.
That's a relief.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I feel better. Did he like hot fruit, this caller?
He said he likes apple pie, and when I asked him where he went to college, he said he flunked out of Mizzou.
Happens.
But yeah, there's no way they lose that game, Martin.
Okay. And people said there was no way Brady was going to play this week, so I'm just saying there's a chance. What do you say?
No, who's that?
I think it was kind of morphed into Greeny for a second.
Oh, yeah.
We'll talk about the Jets when we come back. They're 3-8 or something, I think.
That's right.
What I'm saying is if they somehow stumble down the stretch, then you do have a fan base that's really disappointed.
And I wouldn't necessarily be all worked up one way or the other. Just like I'm not going to be worked up on 9-3. I'm not going to be worked up on a loss to Mississippi State or Arkansas. But I agree with you that many fans will. I agree with you.
I think more people will shift from, oh, it's fine, we won 9 games, to, oh, well, what the hell happened this year?
Right.
And if I'm Coach Drink, I am a little worried about the mindset of this team, knowing that it's all pretty much over at this point. If I'm Luther Burden, I'm probably talking to my representatives and saying, do I play the next 2? Okay, sit out the bowl game, sure. And I just think that's where they're at. So he'll probably have some isms for us tomorrow. I'm looking forward to the isms this week. We've got to have a bulldog mentality. There'll be some kind of lingo to rope you all in, you suckers, for Stark Vegas this weekend. But I think he's going to have to sell.
Doug, are you going to Stark Vegas?
I'm not going, although maybe I should. I see now tickets are as low as $4 for that game.
Oh, wow.
$4.
You bring a cowbell?
God.
See Stingray?
Bring a couple of Advil.
Have you gone to a game there?
No, but I can only imagine that's the most annoying thing of all time.
The Bills.
Yeah, it sounds awful. The fact that they're allowed to do that, they got grandfathered in with that, where you can't make noise.
You want the cowbells removed.
Well, like Mizzou has to stop playing Timmy trumpets when the offense gets ready to call the play, but they can shake those cowbells till their heart's desire.
With an artificial noisemaker.
Yeah,
No.
it's props.
It's just not fair, is it?
Well, when you're bottom of the cellar of the SEC.
How about during the World Cup when everyone is blowing those vuvuzelas?
Yeah.
That was annoying.
Yeah, that's also in the same annoyance category. But I think cowbells are even worse.
Doug, I don't know if you were present. Martin, I don't know if you were present. 1987, Game 6, Cardinals, Giants, NLCS. Giants leading the series 3-2. Hello again, everybody. You're looking live at Busch Stadium, and oh my goodness, the sound of cowbells as Chili Davis, not Jeffrey Leonard, called St. Louis a cowtown, and St. Louis's response was for everybody to bring cowbells. Now, everybody hated Jeffrey Leonard in the one flap down home run trot, and then Bob Forsch just drilled him in one of the games in San Francisco. The Cardinals turned it around. They wound up winning the series. But in response, people thought it was Jeffrey Leonard. It was Chili Davis who called St. Louis a cowtown. Everybody bought cowbells, and then those cowbells were banned for Game 7.
Where would you go to buy a cowbell? I wouldn't even know where to shop.
Farm and Fleet?
Menards.
Menards has it?
That's a good play.
Probably.
Okay.
People from St. Louis suck.
Hey.
We showed them, Tim, by having the cowbell, don't you think?
I would assume Chili Davis still. We had Jeffrey Leonard on the show, and he goes,
What?
we did. And he goes, I always get blamed for that, and I had nothing to do with it. He goes, that was Chili. Chili did that. Yeah.
That was Buzz, man. That was Chili. I think I blamed Jeffrey Leonard in my head. That was part of my narrative for years.
Yeah.
I always thought that.
Well, it might be a nice time to apologize.
I'd like to issue a statement.
All right, just like
to
James
Jeffrey
Carlton.
Leonard. Clarify things. I like going through the old texts from the show, just random stuff about.
You do.
Like go back 2 hours.
This is one of my favorite things that you do. Whereas at this point, for those of us who've been on the show in recent years, we recognize that which it is, and you're still, as you say, you're new here.
Well, I go back and just find out of context comments about hot fruit. But a couple of folks said to go to Melon Hats. They want me to check out a melon hat so I can get a ball cap that fits better. Somebody else was hopping mad that we didn't have a doubleheader on Fox with the NFL yesterday. We had the Bears, Packers, and what a tilt that was for you Chicago fans.
That's clearly on you.
I don't know how many times we can say it. If we can show 2 NFL games... Let me guess. We will show 2 NFL games. Sure. I don't know the NFL rulings and why they do it certain ways. Yesterday was what we call a single header, meaning we get one game. Packers-Bears was the Burkhardt-Brady game. Pretty good, entertaining game, too. Kick to the gut for Chicago fans. And then the Chiefs were the afternoon window, so as much as you can, you don't want to go head-to-head with that ball game.
Yeah.
But it was a single header. This week we have 2 games. I don't know which ones they are. So for the person asking, they weren't hopping mad. But
don't they switch off? Fox and CBS switch off on who gets the doubleheader?
Most weeks they trade, but then we'll have 2 or 3 in a row, and then we will have one. I don't know. I don't get it anymore. The matchups that you used to say was a true NFC game. Was it last week? Eagles and Cowboys would have been a classic.
That was CBS.
That was on CBS. So I don't know how they figure any of this out other than to tell the fine listeners, if we can show more NFL football, I guarantee we will. There you go. There's my statement.
Leave us alone and stop calling.
Yes. Oh, we have a Mike Lee development yesterday.
Mike Lee, friend of the show. Birthday month.
I have not heard from him on the TV side in years. I was worried about him. And yesterday, we have caller ID. we were a little busy, the old operation there, and he called maybe 30 times in a row.
Mm-hmm.
And I probably should have just picked it up and bit the bullet, but I didn't have the time. So, Mike Lee, if you want to call into this show, these guys have the time starting at 10 o'clock, I believe.
Thanks.
If you want to open that phone line at 10.
Because you have a thing every day.
I got a thing, but if Mike wants to call you guys.
Famous bar has cowbells, thanks. Hey, Marquette, why don't you keep your Missouri pessimism to 11 to noon, you beautiful silver fox? Any hoodles, Colts 119, Miami 110. Anthony Halliburton led a massive final drive. Oh, that's the Pacers score. Check back later for an update on the Horsies. That's from Brian Henshin, who covers the Colts for the Indianapolis Star-Tribune.
He's getting confused. He's confused between the Colts and the Pacers.
Speaking of motivation, Aaron Rodgers doesn't seem like he's particularly enthused about having to play 7 more games for the Jets this year. 6 more games? Hell, I don't know.
Says he might return next year. Might return.
Just like Mike Tyson might fight again. Yeah, I don't think he's necessarily fired up about the opportunity, but I noticed that in the post game. How are you going to do this? He goes, well, I've done it for 20 years. I got to figure out how to get myself out there. But great coverage by Brian Henshin of that comeback, Doug. You got to salute him.
Salute, Mr. Hensham.
Does he not really cover the Colts? Is that part of the
No,
bits?
Iggy, when he would come after Iggy would say, all you're doing is covering high school badminton in Indiana. And I just assigned him the Colts beat. I don't believe he's on the Colts beat. I don't believe he was at MetLife Stadium yesterday.
Well, we don't know for sure.
Right.
Could probably be clarified with a text to the show.
A lot of times the papers will send everybody they have to cover the NFL game, so maybe he's there.
Yeah, it could very well have covered the magic that was the Anthony Richardson-led comeback. Hey, if you feel like you've lost your edge on a Monday morning, and this has been going on more days than not, that can be low testosterone, and Mentality can help you out by going to lowtusa.com. Visit Mentality today at lowtusa.com. That's Low T USA, your first step to reclaiming your vitality. Is belly fat and a lack of muscle tone holding you back? What used to be easy to maintain might be harder now? Well, Mentality can help. Mentality has personalized TRT plans, and unlike other clinics that offer one-size-fits-all treatments, Mentality tailors your plan based on detailed lab work and ongoing consultations. Go to lowtusa.com and work with the people at Mentality. I got tested there. It was in and out. Wonderful service. It's Mentality, lowtusa.com. If you like the hat that I am sporting, Chairman Kurt handles the TMA STL shop. Here are some others if you're watching on YouTube, and these are now available. TMASTLshop.com. And Jackson is sporting the quarter zip. Would you call that royal blue, Doug? Would you call that
Jackson's
royal blue?
wearing?
Jackson's wearing?
It's a little dark for royal blue, isn't it?
It's Ledoux blue.
Ledoux blue.
Yeah.
See you at Sportsman's Park. Give me a Larry Wilson burger with some steak fries.
If you please.
Wow.
If you please.
Ledoux blue. Was that in Zoolander? Was that one of the Ben Stiller, Ledoux blue?
I believe so. Yeah.
This is what colors Ledoux wears. Royal blue and white. Everyone knows it.
Tim, sometimes I go too far back, and I found a text, and it just said, y'all killing it. And I was like, oh, good. Somebody really liked it. And it was from Friday at 5:57.
Probably more of a fast lane text unless they were podcasting on the Schaefer Door Company, 101 ESPN app, or TMA STL app. Send your emails in. Design Air Heating and Cooling email today coming your way at 10:45. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL and 101 ESPN YouTube channels.
St. Louis, if you're looking to refinance your current auto loan, or if you're in the market for a new, a used, a hybrid, electric car, something this holiday season, a lot of folks like to get a new car just in time for the holidays. If you're in the market for that, make sure you're getting the right financing. We encourage you to check out Together Credit Union. Together Credit Union offering competitive interest rates, flexible terms compared to other lenders in St. Louis. Plus, no application fees. Applying for an auto loan with Together Credit Union is easy. You can complete it all online or visit one of the 14 area branches or ask for a Together Credit Union auto loan at the dealership. So when you're buying the car, you can specifically say, I'd like to apply with Together Credit Union. Together Credit Union has partnered with auto dealerships throughout the St. Louis area to ensure that you get the rate you deserve. Help make your dream car more affordable. You can do that right now with Together Credit Union. Online, visit togethercu.org for full terms and details. Together Credit Union, federally insured by the NCUA.
This is Action Jackson with a SportsCenter update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. The Cavaliers win yet again, defeating the Hornets 128-114 last night. That gives the Cavaliers a 15-0 start on the 2024-2025 campaign. Darius Garland, 25 points, 12 assists. That was another SportsCenter update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at Londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Yes. Yes. Martin, you only have 15 more minutes left to capitalize on the program today because you have a thing I know coming up at 10 o'clock.
You miss us when you leave?
I do. I really miss the show and all of its elements. By the way, Cousin John told me on Friday he is a Jackson Lemming.
What a huge development.
The alliance grows. Then I told my wife, Kim, and she said, I'm kind of a Jackson Lemming.
Oh, my God.
The family has really taken to young Jackson, I would say. I don't know
Feels
what.
Good. Really?
They don't know you at all.
Right.
I'm not saying that's to discount it, but they enjoy your personality.
What is it that Cousin John, because he's a long-time
critic of all things media.
Thank you.
Loyal listener of the program. I just think Jackson's got a likability factor.
I think that's a tight read.
And I think he has a good vernacular. I like his choice of words, even when he's backpedaling, as most producers do. Often. I just think his choice of words, I'm a big word guy. Yeah. And I just
You like a nice lexicon.
I do. Vernacular. I'm interviewing Costas this week, and I'm going to brush up on my particular vernacular.
Oh, is this a two-fox thing?
Yeah. I wonder if I should throw out a gendarme, just like pretend to be smart and throw some big words out there and see if he picks up on it.
Hey, I saw you interview Dave Peacock. I haven't listened. Any highlights from that on anything St. Louis/NFL related?
It was mostly at a time he was helping Greater St. Louis promote their agenda for downtown using the NFL. I said to Dave, can you ever get away from NFL money and Rams and relocation? It's largely about where the money needs to go. And I think the city did end up adopting what he was proposing. It's amazing when I tweet, Dave has done a great job always believing in he's another person, or one of them, maybe one of the few, that says you got to have a downtown. You can't just abandon it and just say, oh, who cares about downtown? And once I mention that, somebody says total fraud. I'm like, the guy has no reason. Dave Peacock's made plenty of money. He didn't get paid for any of those efforts with the NFL or the initial MLS, but Oh, yeah. Okay. So he's okay. Great. All right. He's a carpetbagger. Got it.
You're a fraud.
It's unbelievable. And I realize X is a sea of negativity, but I'm like, really? The guy he's always, he moved his corporate headquarters, his current business. He brought it from California to St. Louis. I mean, he puts his money where his mouth is. So I would say the interview.
So he's back in St. Louis.
He's back in St. Louis. He had a company that he's running out of California. And he moved it to corporate headquarters. I don't know how many people that is, but he moved it to St. Louis. And this money, it's unbelievable. We can't. It's been 2 years, right? The NFL lawsuit. Mm-hmm. They're still trying to sort it all out. And he said the money that's spent in the city of St. Louis, he said, spends all this money, but rarely is it within the downtown corridor. So it's largely about that. You have to bring up the Rams whenever you talk to Dave. I think he said in there that he's friendly with Demoff, or he's talked to him, which surprised me a little bit. I don't remember the entire interview, to be candid. Just listen.
He's run both.
Give me a review.
He's run
Please
both
subscribe.
Anheuser-Busch and Schnucks, right?
Yeah, CEO.
Yeah.
Talk about St. Louis iconic brands. Yeah. And grew up next to Pete Paxton over there on Sherwood and Webster Groves.
That right there was a fun fact. I caught a fun fact
next
right
to Pete Paxton?
Pete Baxendale grew up next to Dave Peacock. Oh, and by the way, Andy Strickland said the Sklar brothers, friends of the show, they gave him his first bicycle back in the day.
These are fun facts you gotta know.
Right. Another fun fact for you.
Peacock lists his pronouns on his sites. He's a fraud. That's from Harrison's brother, Matt.
Oh, that is disappointing. The pronoun thing is very disappointing.
Is that true?
Maybe that's what I don't know. I'll have to go back and check.
I mean, that should have been covered in the podcast.
Yeah, that should have been the lead.
Should have been the lead.
Ruin me.
This gluten-free perk making an appearance.
This show has ruined me. Because
I've only been on it for a month.
I wrote down, I always have a list of things to do, and one of them was I need to get my gutters cleaned, and I thought, I can't say that on radio. And I said, I need to get the chimney sweep. Can't say that on radio, because all you weirdos out there.
They might come up with different meanings for that.
Yes.
Well, I'm sorry you've had your feelings hurt.
What I see is his Twitter account, it does not mention pronouns. But at the same time, the account I'm looking at, he hasn't tweeted since January 30th of 2010.
Oh, no. Bradford? Tweet about Bradford?
A little dormant.
That was before all the pronoun chatter.
Dave O'Keefe come on the show.
Friend of the show?
I don't know if he's a friend of the show, but I think he would come on. He's one of those guys too busy for the nonsense.
He's not looking for the slap. But that was one of those podcast interviews when I started my podcast, I guess 7 years ago, and we were able to get him on. And I knew there was a lot of anticipation, but the litigation was still going on, so he couldn't really talk about it. And he knows, God only knows what he knows, but that I knew that people were having hopes for him being able to just spill everything, and he couldn't do that at that particular time. And I don't know if he cares to do it now.
And I don't know what they can or can't say with all the things settled. I mean, you would think, I guess you sign paperwork that once it's done, but only if you're one of the key participants. Like, he didn't bring the lawsuit. You know what I'm saying? That's a good Brown and Crouppen question. Yeah. If you're deposed, but it's not your, quote, lawsuit, are you bound by any of those final agreements?
And I suppose it depends on what is signed in the documents when it's all said and done. If that is in the clauses that there's some semblance of an NDA.
I mean, I think Ed Herman said all those files have been destroyed and burned, but are you allowed, like Bob Wallace was an executive with the Rams, could he speak freely about what he knew or saw? Can Peacock speak freely? I mean, Jeff Fisher, I'm sure, was deposed. Mm-hmm. We've talked about him before on the show. I would love to get him on. I don't think he'll go there. I don't think he's a big Demoff fan. Tim, you said Demoff might come on the show. Wow.
Yeah.
I don't know if I don't know what I would say. I don't think I could be polite.
The lack of transparency is what frustrates so many people. Why do you have to keep us in the dark about all this stuff? Why can't we know? Who are they protecting?
Well, I think their own reputation.
Yeah, but we don't care about their reputation.
Well,
we want to know the truth.
Do. Well, they'll settle, but you don't get to know how terrible of people they are. Yeah. That's the arrangement, I think. Mm-hmm.
There is no secret plan.
Right there was a secret plan. There absolutely was.
You almost got to find out because you were in the elevator with the owner of the Dolphins who mistaken you.
Boy, how about that meeting? I'm like, no, who are you?
I thought you were Jerry Jones.
Thought I was Jerry Jones. How about that meeting? Yeah.
Piddles play drops before Marty leaves. That's from the 573. Jackson got to drop you
before he leaves. That's an odd request, isn't it?
Like I need to kind of get up to speed on the show because I am new here.
Is this Lexington steel?
There's the drop. That's what the guy demanded, and he got it instantly.
Yeah, just like that.
I'm still waiting for the Brady Cook interview from last week.
I'll get it to you in like a month or two.
Here's Brady Cook following the win against Oklahoma from Drew Pine.
Yeah.
Send your emails in Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Doug, in the 10 o'clock hour, there is a tradition here on 101 ESPN dating back to January 2022 in Balloon Party's debut, and that is Jackson's weekend wrap-up.
Oh, that seems so lame.
What's lame about it?
Well, anyone who's interested in these events knows what's happened by now.
So what should we talk about? Nothing? Should we just sit here and
It's just all Cavs are undefeated all the time?
I think we should think about advancing the story. That's what I was told about.
Oh, yeah.
That's what we're going to do.
We're going to advance the story.
That's what we're going to do. Or try at least.
Okay.
It's all about
advancing
the quest.
stories.
Yeah, it's all about the quest.
We'll advance the final score on that Mizzou game.
How about a ranking of the top states, a la Larry Nickel? Where would the Palmetto State be?
I love South Carolina.
The Palmetto
That's a hot
State?
take.
Yeah, that's
Well, I mean, you go like
Save it for the
Myrtle
team.
Beach, Hilton Head. It's really nice.
Yeah.
People love that Charleston.
Charleston's awesome. I love it. I'm a big fan of both the Carolinas.
Look how about that.
Good barbecue.
Ricky
I think
Prohl told me he was moving from Greensboro to Charleston. He said, have you ever been? Oh, my God, it's unbelievable, Charleston.
Really? Is
I've
that
never
right?
been to Charleston.
Yeah, it's cool.
I've flown into it, but I haven't gone into like the main part of it.
Mosquitoes.
Big as a shrub.
Like the size of a fun-size Snickers. And
wow.
girthy,
Very
too.
specific.
Girthy, too. God, those things will knock you
Girthy
off.
mosquito?
Huge. But, you can get past that.
I have a friend who just moved to Charleston, too. I guess it's a happening place.
Ask him about the Skeeters.
I'm not going to.
All right, fair
You
enough.
like that? You like this thing, term Skeeters?
No, I don't. I'm trying to be
Fun-size
cute.
Snickers. That was so specific.
But that's how big they are.
I guarantee you, Cousin John hated that. It's going to really
I
knock
think
him
the
down.
alliance is weakening.
Theater of the mind.
Your
People.
wife's going to be furious about that.
I want to rethink this whole alliance.
Just because of the fun-sized Snickers mosquitoes?
Probably closer to a Kit Kat.
I'll have a conference call after this.
Martin has a conference call coming up at 10 o'clock, and so Doug and I will answer Jackson's weekend wrap-up questions. Chairman Curtin moves to your spot on the dais, too, Martin. How about that? He moves up from back there, where he takes the calls in the Callier and Thompson phone lines. This program is called The Morning After. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. We're in the 5P Academy Hustle and Heart Sports Performance 9 o'clock hour on 101 ESPN.
If you're looking for the perfect, thoughtful gift for everybody on your holiday wish list, how about the gift of me time? That's Massage Envy. The me time is in the form of a gift card that they can use for a massage, facial, or stretch session. It's all good through December 31st, so now until the end of the year. When you buy $150 in gift cards, you'll get a free $40 promo card. You can keep that for yourself or add it to someone's gift. Massage Envy, where better begins. Give the gift of massage, relaxation. Boy, the holidays are stressful enough. It's the perfect gift for someone in your life to unwind. It's the gift of me time. Massage Envy. Get the gift card, $150. That's what you spend. And then immediately get back a $40 promo card. Again, Massage Envy, where better begins. The offer good in location only. It's not available online. Terms do apply. See franchise locations for details. This holiday season, give the gift of me time at Massage Envy.
It's the morning after 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Jackson Burkett with you. Chairman Kurt has had enough. He has left. Martin Kilcoyne had a thing. And Doug, it's just the three of us.
Okay, we'll try to scuffle through it.
The program welcomes you to partake by getting involved. Collier and Thompson phone lines 314-974-0101. Air Comfort Service text line 314-399-9646. And the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. I've switched hats. Chairman Kurt brought in these new hats. And Jackson really likes the one that I'm sporting now.
Yeah, that's
you
a good
like
one.
the shape of it.
Yes, I do. I do like the, it's not quite like a flat bill, but the crown of it, like the actual hat itself, isn't too big.
I think if you have a lopsided skull, this is good for you. I think this is the lopsided skull model. I think
Evens things out.
Yes, it does.
Okay.
TMASTLshop.com is where you can get your TMA hats. And Jackson's wearing his Ledoux blue TMA quarter zip. We got the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today at 10:45. Gabe DeArmond was with us earlier in the 5P Academy and Hustle and Heart Sports Performance 9 o'clock hour. Chris Kerber in the 8 o'clock hour. Miss anything? Go back and podcast via the 101 ESPN app, which is brought to you by Schaefer Door Company. And you can always be interacting on our YouTube channels. TMASTL YouTube channel has like 5,372 subscribers. Is that right?
I don't know how many subscribers.
And the 101 ESPN channel. It just depends on which chat you want to interact with. Or you just want to watch and you don't have to chat. You can just lurk. I think most people do that. That's up to you.
Hang out.
Yeah, become
Watch
a friend
it later.
with Heather. Become
Watch
a
it
friend
later.
with Heather. Jackson, what do you have for us here?
Well, I wanted to. Doug was there's a lot of chatter on
about
Doug's
the
part.
uniforms.
Yeah.
What do you think? They went with a gold script, a yellow
just
script, Missouri.
Horrendous. Who thinks of this stuff? Who's trying to ruin Missouri tradition?
Jackson, what did you think of the uniform?
It's like they're trying to come up with the worst uniform they can, and they succeeded on Saturday.
Would I preferred a black helmet? Yeah.
Anytime Jackson starts asking himself questions, you know.
Would I prefer the black helmet? Sure.
Sure you would.
With the block M?
Sure, that'd be
Yes,
fine.
they would have won that game with those helmets.
But I do love the script Missouri logo. I think I think it looks great. They used to do it with tigers on the side.
Island on that.
They used to do it with tigers on the side. I love the script Missouri on the side. Now, like I said, I would prefer it to be a black helmet, but I didn't hate the yellow helmet. I love the all white pant, white jersey. I think it looks great. But the helmet, great logo. Don't love the color. That's my take. But I thought those uniforms were pretty solid.
Oh, I thought they were terrible. Terrible.
I thought they were pretty solid.
Why can't we have any tradition? Why do the Blue Bloods get to have tradition with a uniform, a distinctive uniform, and we don't?
I don't think every Blue Blood has a distinctive traditional
Most
uniform.
of them do. Most of them do. Oregon started it, and we got to copy them and change uniforms every week? Come on.
I don't, like, me and Doug are so opposite on this that there's, like, no point even, like arguing over it because, like, we're just never going to come to an agreement on it.
Probably not.
Here's the good news for you, Doug, and those of you who loathe the audience, the uniform changes. I get the sense that Eli Drakewitz is frustrated by it. And he has expressed those sentiments, and therefore, perhaps there will be change coming.
I hope. Can we not get a different uniform? If it's Nike calling all the shots, can we not get a different uniform supplier?
Well, I mean, I think they're probably going to prefer the cash over, having the uniforms that they necessarily want.
Right, and Adidas can take over. It doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to go back to what you love from the 80s and 90s.
So how come the other schools don't bow down to this?
They do.
Why are we not? Some of them don't.
Like
Alabama
that's
doesn't.
like the only one. That's like the only one. Like even Georgia has an all black, has the black jerseys.
But they don't wear them all the time.
Okay, but they still have them. The idea that
this is a different uniform every week.
Yes, because that's what some people like that. Like younger people don't mind when they change up uniforms and they look a little bit different. People my age don't care about the 80s and 90s when Mizzou didn't win national championships.
There's not just one age group that
I
gets
know,
the
but it's not like they were like winning national championships and decided their tradition is not that of Georgia. It's not that of Alabama. It's not that of Ohio State or Notre Dame. same. Like they're just not
We're
at
not
that
going to
level.
have a tradition now because you don't know what they look like.
It takes 2 seconds to look at the screen and say, that's Missouri. Like, when they both took the field, I wasn't like, which team is which? I knew exactly who Missouri was.
Well, you can tell which team was which, but it was just awful. It's terrible. Stop it. Why do we have to cave?
So you thought yesterday or on Saturday that they were going to somehow pull out the 88
If
look?
they'd had the black Block M helmet, they'd have won that ball game.
So you have been okay with the all whites if they wore a Block M black helmet?
I'm not crazy about the all
You
white. They're
can't
supposed to wear gold pants. Gold, not yellow. Their colors are not black and yellow. They shouldn't try to look like LSU. They should try to look like Missouri. Some people respect tradition and the people that came before them.
That is such a...
Others don't. We got to change every week.
nonsensical...
Jackson, why do you not respect people who came before you?
I do, but that just because I like these uniforms doesn't mean I'm disrespecting them. Also, just because something was done one way before does not mean it was right. It was just how it was done.
Well, that's true, but are you saying what Alabama did years ago was wrong too? Because
but again, Mizzou does not have the same history as Alabama.
You don't have to get a win just to keep your uniforms the same.
I know. But Alabama has like a famously classic uniform. Missouri does not.
Used to.
Okay. If you were to ask 150 college football fans across the country the 10 most iconic uniforms, 0 of them would say Missouri, previous or current.
No, I'm not saying they had the most iconic uniform. I said they had a very sharp-looking uniform for many years that people loved. Nobody questioned it. It looked great. That was Missouri. Not anymore. Now there's an argument every week. What are they doing now? Let's try to look like LSU if we can. That's stupid.
If they wore those gold pants, they would have looked like LSU.
They've done that before. No, LSU doesn't wear gold. They wear yellow.
Yellow pants, yeah. So if they would have worn yellow pants with that yellow helmet, they would have looked exactly like LSU.
And they've done that before.
Yeah.
Typical Libby Jack take, not considering anybody else but himself. That's from the 618.
You probably love the anthracite, too. You liked it when they wore gray.
Ooh, no, that was the anthracite shoulder pads were the
but
darkest
why?
days.
It was different.
No, that was egregious, and that was like of an era. That was really bad.
Doug being triggered by the outfits is so lib, so hot. I'm told the Colts beat the Jets, working to confirm #free perk. That's from Brian Henshin.
It's a little brat. It's Brat Doug.
Well, I know that they used to have really good-looking, distinctive uniforms, and they don't anymore. Okay. And for me, I think that's a problem for the program.
Right.
I mean,
we agree to disagree on this.
Maybe it's not. Maybe that's an overstatement to say it's a problem for the program because they're selling out the stadium and they're playing well. It's just disappointing to the people who remember that they used to look great and now they don't.
Jackson, you're a communist. Doug, communists destroy tradition. It's what they do. It's a religion of destruction for malcontents. That's from the 636.
Yeah. Here.
You talk about destroying tradition. You got time?
You're going to want them to wear red, probably.
That was like a threat. I don't know what that was. I don't know what you're referring to.
I'm just saying it's a slippery slope, Tim. It's a slippery slope.
As a communist, you probably want them to wear all red.
I'm going to make an official statement.
Yes, go ahead. James Carlton had to issue one to his family following the South Carolina loss.
Despite what you might hear from listeners to this program, or apparently even my own hosts, I am not a communist. I am not a communist. I am an American. I was born here in St. Louis, Missouri. I'm an American citizen. I have no sleeper cell.
The threat is coming from within.
No, sir. If you're at the NSA listening right now, don't tap my phones. I am no commie.
There you go.
I just had to get that out there, because you let these things fester long enough, they become truths, and they're not.
I enjoyed the Mizzou costumes a few years ago when they played Oklahoma State in the bowl game with the hockey stick coming out of the Tigers' ass.
Awful.
That's from Alan Dadeville, and he says Carson Beck is good again. Yep, Carson Beck went from first-round pick this year to probably day 2 pick. Maybe he'll stick around Athens for another year. He had a big night on Saturday, though, Doug. Design Air sponsor the email today online at designairservice.com. Send your emails in the morning after at InsideSTL.com for our Design Air heating and cooling email of the day. The forecast this week, little rough. It looks a little rough. And here's what we got. High of 47 on on Thursday with winds coming out of the north. High of 47 on Saturday with winds coming out of the north. And Doug, I got a low of 30 for you.
I don't like it.
On Sunday. You got to make sure that heater is working properly. Go to designairservice.com to work with Seth Goldcamp and his team. 4th generation Seth is, and there's going to be no upselling. They're just going to fix it and make sure you are ready to go for the winter months. It's Design Air Heating and Cooling, longest running sponsor on TMA, more than a decade with Design Air Heating and Cooling. Tim McKernan and Doug Vaughn. Chairman Kurt sitting at the dais because Martin had a thing. Jackson Burkett is upset, but he is not a communist, and he wants that on the record. This is the Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. It's the Morning After 101 ESPN. Shows presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Chairman Kurt sitting at the dais as Martin had a thing at 10 o'clock, and Jackson Burkett with you. Jackson, what a weekend it was in the world of sport, and you have prepared 6 questions for me and Doug that's called the Weekend Wrap-Up?
Yeah.
Okay.
We talked a
You
lot.
sounded a little exasperated by it.
I'm looking at Mizzou uniforms from the past. Boy, they were glorious.
Yep. Everything used to be great, and now it sucks.
Mm-hmm.
Certainly different strokes in Webster.
That was great, and now network television stinks.
That's
actually, yeah.
You're with me on that take.
Yeah, network TV, not great. At what point in the season will we get a better idea on what the Blues' true identity is? Do you think they will be a playoff contender throughout the year, or do you think their roster construction is closer to a rebuilding club that will regress even more and head more towards the cellar of the league?
Doug, I'm on option 2, unfortunately. I'm not going to sit here and BS the people. This is honesty in media. I'm not running for office. I've made that crystal clear. I just don't think this is a particularly good hockey team. And unfortunately, as we are in 2024-2025, which is the St. Louis sports calendar winter of discontent, we could use anything and everything to captivate St. Louis area sports fans who have not adopted the Kansas City Chiefs. And unfortunately, I don't believe the Blues are going to be it. But maybe when Thomas comes back a little early and maybe when Broberg comes back, they can light a fire and hang around. From a wild card standing standpoint, they really aren't that far back at all. The Winnipeg Jets have run away and hide, even though they've lost 2 in a row. They're still 15-3. So the Central may be a problem if you want to convince yourself that that's live. But I just don't think that they're a particularly good hockey team. And I would be very surprised if they find themselves in the playoffs. I hope I'm wrong.
Yeah, I don't think it's a playoff team either. They've had a couple of horrible 8-1 losses. And then when you think, boy, the team really isn't good at all, they played pretty well and beat the Bruins on the road, and they could have beat the Sabres. And then they have moments when you think, well, maybe they're a little bit better than I thought. But with the injuries that they have, I just don't think that they can overcome those. I'm not sure what kind of franchise in the league would have enough depth to overcome all the injuries they've had on defense. So I think it might get worse before it gets better, too.
Yeah, I unfortunately think that that's where it is. So whereas last year we got a little bit of a sweat, I don't know if we're going to get that sweat in 2024, 2025.
If it is to happen, do you think it's more on the Thomas return, or do you think it's the other younger guys kind of finding their stride as the season goes? Or do you think Thomas coming back really could be the straw that stirs the proverbial drink here?
You didn't have to say proverbial.
I'm not even positive what it means.
So you're just saying things and you don't know what they mean anymore.
It sounded good, did it not?
Yeah, well, it's all right.
Well,
yeah.
I mean, if you don't have a BS detector, it sounded good. But if you kind of realize a guy's just saying words.
Yeah, well, this is sports talk radio, brother. You say words and you figure it out later.
Wow, Doug, it's 2 guys who have practiced this craft for decades.
And it is a craft.
Thank you. That really is disappointing to hear you describe our life's work in that manner.
Not just any schlepper can come in here and talk about sports for 3 hours. It's just not a talent most people have.
Thank you for saying that.
And to do it in the way that we do it, it's unparalleled, I feel.
That's correct. There's medical school, and then there's journalism school,
right.
And then there's the rest. Jackson, do you have a second question?
I do.
Okay, let's get to it.
No Country for Old Men is celebrating its 17th anniversary this week.
For heaven's sake.
It's all getting somewhere.
The 17th anniversary.
Mindless violence.
It's getting somewhere. A movie that is hinged on coin tosses. Anytime I think of coin tosses, I think of sliding doors moments. What do you chalk up as a major sliding doors moment in the Missouri Tigers season? When did the aspirations?
I like this question.
When did the aspirations and hope turn to desperation or questioning the ability of the program?
Okay, I want to follow this though. We brought up No Country for Old Men and the big 17th anniversary.
That's right.
Because of the coin toss,
yeah,
and how that would be such a sliding doors moment for
Javier Bardem's whoever's opposite, the clerk in the store.
Nail gun season.
It's a kind of like a pressure gun that probably really hurt.
Right. So what was the sliding doors moment for the Missouri team?
For me, it was when they really struggled to beat Vanderbilt. After a game against Boston College that they could have lost, that's when I thought this team really isn't what I thought it was going to be. And then when you just get blown out at Texas A&M, it confirmed my suspicions that they're just mediocre at best.
This sounds like a whiny Missouri fan, and I'm well aware of it in advance, and I want to make this crystal clear. I remember sitting there watching the Vanderbilt game, and I was at Faroe Field. I'm going, they're going to lose this. I guess they're just not really that good. I'm at peace with it. That sucks, but whatever. Guess that's the way that it is. Don't know what happened. And then they won that game. Then they had a week off before going to College Station. Now, I want to make this crystal clear. I'm not saying had this not happened, they win, and they're sitting there going to the college football playoff. However, if you want to look at a moment that then began all hell breaking loose in College Station, I would say it was when they were driving down the field with the ball, opening possession. They got a defensive pass interference call, and they picked up the flag. Still don't know why or what the hell happened on that. And then A&M goes down the field and scores, and Missouri gets blown off the field. I want to make this crystal clear. I do not think they then win that game and then win at Alabama and so on and so forth. They had near-death experiences with Vanderbilt, Auburn, Oklahoma, all of whom are lower-tier SEC teams. And but if you're asking for a moment where I think then things spiraled, that would have been the moment.
I would actually say a different moment in College Station, because that moment certainly would be in my top 3. But then when they took the Luther Burden touchdown off the board.
That's a nice play.
Because that deflated a team worse than I've ever seen a Missouri team be deflated. They looked helpless after
that. Doesn't
that.
really speak too highly to the team if that's going to take. But, But then on the other hand, they had to come back against Vanderbilt. They had to come back against Auburn. They had to come back against Oklahoma. And they had to come back against South Carolina. And 3 of the 4, they were able to win those games.
Yeah, but some about that play. And I'm also
But I think the game flow changes so precipitously if they score just even 3 points, which they, 90% were going to when that flag was thrown.
Totally.
And I still don't know what the hell that was about. At least on the Burden touchdown, you could see that there was a reason for a flag, as crappy as it was with, I don't recall who the offensive lineman was who was downfield, but either way, was downfield.
Yeah, I remember when they picked up that DPI, one of the refs came sprinting over to the back judge there, and I knew as soon as I saw him hightailing it over there, I go, oh, they're going to pick this up. We're getting some home cooking already. It was bad. I knew that was coming.
The first possession that Texas A&M had in the second half of that game, it was either like the first or the second play. They went for like 75 yards and a touchdown. And even though the first half didn't look great, I think that moment was like, okay, this is going to be really bad.
Yeah, that was the backbreaker when your back was already kind of broken.
There was a moment, I guess it was Mizzou's first possession against South Carolina. There was a
Theo Weiss, he caught the ball,
and I was shocked that
they didn't review it. Yeah, that was a big moment. They wound up settling for 3. I agree with you. I don't know what that was about. I thought that in the moment. I'm going, I wonder why they're not, because Tom Hart and Jordan Rodgers are like, I think he caught that ball.
Yeah, I thought they would have had trouble overturning it because it was called down on the field, and the replay looked like he probably caught it, but you know how these folks like to do it.
What does that mean? You know how these folks like to do it.
If it's called on the field one way, it's like you have to see, like it has to be so crystal clear that it was the other way. And if there's any shred of doubt, you gotta defer, and it sucks.
JEFFLOTTMANN.com. Yeah, JEFFLOTTMANN.com. That's Jeff Lotman. He's with Compass Realty. And if you are looking for a home, and we are, I'll be real honest with you, Doug, we are indeed, then I would recommend Jeff Lotman of Compass Realty. And you can go online and see what he has to offer by going to JEFFLOTTMANN.com. If you're buying a home or selling a home, Jeff's been working in the market for 20 years, has $500 million worth of sales, and this is somebody who knows the St. Louis area real estate market. So if you're looking to buy a home or sell your home, go to jefflotman.com and work with Jeff of Compass Realty, the #1 luxury real estate broker in the St. Louis area. And real estate luxury, that's not about a price point, that's about the experience that they provide. JEFFLOTTMANN.com. Send your emails in. Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today. Coming your way, 1045. This is the Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
Yeah. 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 Bring it to the loo.
I have a problem with this lyric.
What the?
And Julian Tavares didn't. He would actually soil his hands. This is TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. We're in the Munganess, St. Louis Acura, Munganess, Burkhardt, Alton Toyota, 10 o'clock hours. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Chairman Kurt sitting at the dais because Martin had a thing, and Jackson Burkett with you on the program. Now, they're not happy with me in the Air Comfort Service text line. That number is 314-399-9646. Tim, Vandy has the same conference record as Mizzou and has beaten higher-ranked teams than Mizzou. You can't call Vandy a lower-tier team without saying Mizzou is a lower-tier team. No problem. Mizzou's a lower-tier team.
Oh.
In the SEC, would you not agree?
Yeah,
16 teams? Would you put Missouri 1 through 8 or 9 through 16?
9 through 16.
Okay, so we're in agreement. Would you put Vanderbilt 1 through 8 or 9 through 16?
Probably 9. Let me start counting the teams I'd put ahead of them.
Okay, no problem.
Are we talking about this season or just in general?
I think we're talking about this season, but if you'd like to revisit 2013, we can do that for fun.
Just in terms of like prestige as a university.
Still, Missouri would be lower tier.
In terms of football, yes, I would agree. But this season, you can make an argument they're like the 8th best SEC team.
If you like Mizzou better than LSU or Vanderbilt or Arkansas or Florida.
Yeah, I think they probably are better than those teams. LSU, maybe not, I don't know. But yeah, they're the definition of middle of the road.
They're right on the cusp.
Yeah. No matter what, if you're going 1 through 9, they're 9. If they're 9 through 16, they're 10, you know.
What a video that Chairman Kurt just posted on the TMA STL Instagram. Jackson had to issue a statement here at the start of the 10 o'clock hour that he is not a communist, Doug.
Nor has he ever been, he said.
And Chairman Kurt posted a video on the TMA STL Instagram account, which I guess I posted on my Instagram account as well. And Jackson, would you like to issue a response?
Yeah, it's tough. You know, this is what you do. Like, this is part of the business. You're gonna get some jabs thrown at you.
Yeah.
It's oftentimes from people on text lines or YouTube comments or DMs or wherever else.
You actually get hate DMs?
No.
Hate DMs isn't the brand. You got to do it like in a big group setting.
Right.
That's where you do your damage.
Or you send a hate DM and then tweet out a screenshot of it and like getting blocked. Oh yeah, that's a big win.
Proud of that. That really got you going there, like bottle service. What's that about?
If you're somebody who posts proud that you got blocked by somebody, you are basement people.
Basement folks.
You think that person is in celibate?
Yeah, or yes, or painfully like barely celibate.
What does barely celibate mean?
Well, I shouldn't say that. Barely having sex. Either way, that's unimportant. It's just that like being proud of being blocked by somebody is cellar basement people level material.
Gosh.
That's just my opinion.
What if it's a walkout basement? It could be a little bit nicer. You could have your own apartment.
You can count the bedrooms down there, right? In terms of real estate.
I don't believe you can.
I thought the rule was if you had
to have a walkout to count as
if you have a door that walks out.
We'd have to ask
We need
Lotman
Steve
about
to
that.
call in.
Yeah. Or Steve. Either one could have that answer.
I don't know, but in terms of the video, sometimes it comes from your own people. It's always sometimes it's your own people. It sucks, but it's all right. We'll power through.
But he says he's not a communist per Jackson because he was born here. That has nothing to do with it.
No.
That's from the 618.
That's just one of many reasons. How often why do I have to explain why I'm not a communist? Like, why am I assumed to be? That's not really fair.
It's some of your positions that have led people to assume that.
Yeah. Well,
I think Chairman Kurt's
mission
video
accomplished by some people.
Kurt's video at this point.
Misinformation.
Going to be tough to overcome. Send your emails in. Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. Jim Danny. I mean, you got Buck Swope and a JV golf coach tied with only 8 Design Air Heating and Cooling email today competitions left in the month of November. We have 5 this week, 3 next week, as 101 ESPN is off for Thanksgiving and the day after Thanksgiving, and then that will wrap up the month of November. So send yours in, see if you can compete with the greats. I mean, that's got to be an honor to go up there and play against Buck Swope and the JV golf coach the morning after at InsideSTL.com. That is how you can participate in the program and compete against the greats. Chairman Kurt, any counsel you want to give since you filter the emails? Any guidelines for new emailers here?
Quality over quantity. Keep them short.
You don't like when people go on and on with the words.
You know, a couple of the guys that have built up a little equity, you kind of give them a little grace with it. But it's a shorter segment. If you want to get in there, you're going to have to trim it down a little bit.
All right, Doug, there it is.
Do a little manscaping, Doug.
Right.
Do you want to support the EDF Group as a sponsor of TMA? It's real simple. Do you have a fire extinguisher where you work? The answer is yes, you certainly do. So please email the EDF Group at fire@theedfgroup.com so a technician can come out and explain to your team how the EDF Group can save your company money. Again, that email address is fire@theedfgroup.com. The EDF Group is hot and will prevent your facility from having hot fires. Experience the EDF Group difference. Learn more at theedfgroup.com. It's 10:30 in St. Louis. Time check brought to you by Clarkson Jewelers. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Chairman Kurt, Jackson Burkett with you on the program. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Munganess, St. Louis Acura, Munganess, Burkhardt, Alton Toyota, 10 o'clock hour, 101 ESPN.
This is Action Jackson with a SportsCenter update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. Blues are off today, but we'll be back in action tomorrow night as they take on the Minnesota Wild right here on 101 ESPN. Pregame at 6 p.m., puck drop at 7 p.m. But tonight, Monday Night Football action, Cowboys versus Texans, the Battle of Texas, right here on 101 ESPN. Pregame at 6:30, kickoff 7:20. That was another SportsCenter update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, an independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer.
Welcome back to TMA 101 ESPN YouTube channel, 101 ESPN YouTube channel, TMA STL YouTube channel, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Munganess, sponsor of the 10 o'clock hour. Not just any Munganess, Doug. It's Munganess St. Louis Acura, Munganess Burkhardt Alton Toyota. Boy, let me tell you something, Chairman Kurt. I don't know if there's Instagram awards, but your little video of Jackson, along with AOC and
are people like
Nancy
this is unfair? Like Jackson's just like a good guy who thinks like some other people, but it's okay to disagree. Is that what the perception is?
They are really, really supportive of Chairman Kurt's work.
I appreciate that, even if it's at Jackson's expense. Hey, if you're not following it, head on over and follow us at TMASTL on Instagram.
It's the Instagram account, and you can check out the handiwork of Chairman Kurt. That's an award winner right there. It is Monday here on TMA, and we've been joined by Chris Kerber on the Blues weekend. That was, I would say, picking up 2 points is kind of a win. I would have set the over-under on points at 1.5 for the Blues going into Boston and Carolina. So head home, taking on the Wild tomorrow night, and pregame at 6 p.m. here on 101 ESPN. Then they get the Sharks. Got to take care of the Sharks. Sweet mother of mercy. And then out to the New York area for games against the Rangers, Islanders, and Devils. Gabe Yarman with us in the 9 o'clock hour, and he's presented by James Carlton. So you miss anything, you go back and podcast via the Schaefer Door Company podcast app. That's TMA STL's podcast app and the 101 ESPN podcast app. Jackson, you are in the midst of this weekend wrap-up, even though you're being just condemned on the TMA STL Instagram for your work with a variety of people in the political sphere. What's your next question on the weekend wrap-up?
So because of all of that, I'm doing what I want to do now and asking a question I want to ask.
We're going to celebrate the 17th anniversary of No Country for Old Men.
Just right there with Karl Marx playbook.
No, but I won't be asking a sports question here. But I do think it pertains to current events.
Okay.
We are staring down the barrel of the return of the music biopic again. In a month, we get to see
What now?
Just
Say that
lock in.
again.
Just lock in for a second.
I got to watch Doug's live reaction to that.
Say the sentence again.
The return of the music biopic again. Movies about musicians. I don't know.
Are you having a pronunciation stroke?
Biopic.
Okay, but then you just said biopic.
Same thing.
We're staring down the barrel of
You
this?
ever had a biopic of your skin, at the dermatologist?
Biopsy?
Yeah, there you go. In a month, we get to see the jawline king that is Timothy Chalamet.
Jawline.
He's playing Bob Dylan, one of your favorite artists, Doug. And then next year we get to see Jeremy Allen White, what's up, cousin, play Bruce Springsteen. Do you generally like a music biopic, or does it bother you when the actor tries to sing all the songs, or do you applaud their effort? So do you like it when they actually sing a song?
Even though I feel like some of the words, liberties were taken.
Sure. Jerry Falwell.
You have wonderful school with both the pronunciation and the definitions.
They want to change our way of life, these people.
I enjoyed the question.
Thanks.
I really did.
Thank you.
Okay.
Doug, what about Joaquin Phoenix and Reese Witherspoon in 2005's?
Yep.
Walk the Line? It was 2005? Mm-hmm. And they both sang, right?
Yes.
As June
famously,
Carter and
famously.
Okay.
Yes. That was one that was heralded for their singing.
You know what? That came out exactly 19 years ago today.
How about that?
No Country for Old Men.
Another anniversary.
And Walk the Line. Feeling good.
Really exciting.
Feeling good. Printed writer.
I think what I have a problem with is when I feel like they're a little too close to when the people were or are living.
Yes.
The worst film ever done, outside of Somewhere Under the Rainbow with Panther, who had a little alfalfa-style haircut, and he appeared from under the bed.
Right.
Yeah, and he had both sets of male and female genitalia.
Oh.
And I think that was at 95 when that came out?
I don't know the years, Tim.
but it was the Tiger Woods story with LeVar Burton.
Oh, gosh.
Is that the one where he starts with Earl in Vietnam?
Oh, and somebody saves him from getting, hit by sniper fire in the Vietnam War. And the guy's, thank you. What's your name? Tiger. Why? I'm going to name my son Tiger too.
No, gosh.
I thought, what am I watching here?
Yeah.
And I worry that some of these films that come out while the artists are still alive tend to have a little softer view and are crappy films. Doug, you remember the film La Bamba? Was that 1985?
I don't know the years, Tim.
With friend of the show, Lou Diamond Phillips, and I believe the cat asked him his net worth when he appeared on the show.
That I remember, yeah.
He starred as Richie Valens, and that was about 30 years after the day the music died. I like that. I feel like sometimes these things, like Cinderella Man with Russell Crowe, that happened back in the 1920s, 1930s. When these things are going on, when the people are still alive, I feel like they can have a little influence, and then it can be a cleaned up version. It's not for me. That's where I'm coming in. I don't know how you feel about that.
So my counter to that, and I generally do agree, just in general, like in terms of making movies about real things, you should give it some distance. My one counter, like Straight Outta Compton, was really, really good.
What about Straight Outta Compton?
I didn't see the picture.
And
Ice Cube, O'Shea Jackson, his son, playing the role of Doughboy.
Yeah, like that was really good. And I think, while not probably enough time, although 2015 to, I guess, the early 90s, it's probably that might be like the cutoff, like 25 years. I complained about Sully, the movie with Tom Hanks, last week on my campaign against Tom Hanks, I guess. That to me happened too quickly after. It happened to me. It happened too quickly after what happened with Sully Sullenberger. I think it happened too fast.
Guys, Val Kilmer was a better singer than Jim Morrison. Thanks, 314. How about that, Doug?
Oh, yeah, Doors movie. That was fun.
The guy who starred in the Elvis movie a year or two ago.
Austin Butler.
Yeah, he was pretty good.
And he is, hold on a second. I just picked up a read right
I guess.
there.
No, he wasn't very good.
No.
I'm just a simpleton over here from South County. What would I know about a biopic pick?
He wasn't bad. The movie itself was bad, but he was fine. Austin Butler was awesome.
How about the one about Elton John that came out 5-6 years ago?
Taron Egerton played it. It was just a big musical. It was not good. Nor truly was Bohemian Rhapsody, but people aren't ready for that conversation.
You didn't like that either.
No.
People aren't ready.
Emotionally, they're not as mature as you are to handle a bad movie.
Rami Malek needs to give back that Oscar.
Oh, my goodness.
That's my take.
I thought you were more passionate about Crash winning Best Picture over Brokeback Mountain.
That's another awful one. Yeah, I mean, trust me, the Academy Awards have had plenty of time to mess things up. Shape of Water winning recently.
Oh, Tim,
crap.
I just Googled Somewhere Under the Rainbow, 1995. I need to wash my eyes. Some Jimmy recaps.
Yeah, that's a tough one.
If I can introduce the 101 ESPN audience to Somewhere Under the Rainbow, I feel like my work here is done.
I don't want to see it.
When that came up earlier this year, next to The Pisser, I did take the opportunity to watch a few minutes of that film. And
you did?
It's life-altering.
Oh,
yeah.
In a bad way, I'm assuming.
I don't want to speak for anybody else.
Yeah, because that gets into the version of kink shaming that
Which
this
I
show
do.
just
What was
doesn't
that
really-
main character's name?
Panther.
Panther.
Yeah,
That's
Panther.
Right. When
Yeah.
he emerges from under the bed, it's just tears were shed.
That's right.
Luke, you are my father. I am your father.
It's like
kind
when
of moment.
Charles S. Dutton is clapping at the end of Rudy. Same kind of impact that it had on me in the 1990s. Munganess sponsor of the 7 o'clock hour online at stlouisacura.com and altontoyota.com. 314-252-0029. That's the number they have set up for this audience to reach out to them with any questions or requests they may have. And you're going to be talking to Jamie Burkhardt and Peter Munganess. Their names are on the dealerships. And in the service department, Ryan Seiberg. Even if you didn't get your car from Munganess, get your car serviced at Munganess. Munganess, St. Louis Acura. Munganess, Burkhardt, Alton Toyota at stlouisacura.com and altontoyota.com. It's where I get my cars, where my family gets their cars, where we recommend you get yours as well. Munganess, St. Louis Acura, Munganess, Burkhardt, Alton Toyota. Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today coming your way next. This is TMA presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. Welcome back. It's TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Chairman Kurt. Jackson Burkett with you on the program. BK and Ferrario coming your way from 11 to 2. Then the Fast Lane from 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. Miss anything on the show? You can podcast like the Dickens at the 101 ESPN app, which is presented to you by Schaefer Door Company, or the TMA STL app, presented to you by Schaefer Door Company as well. That's Jason Gossrau's business online at schaeferdoor.com. And then something I like to do, which I'll be doing with the Colonel's postgame show today, Jackson, is I go on YouTube and I watch the shows.
Yeah.
So you can do that as well. Yeah. If there's an interview and a podcast or a radio show you like, you can go back and watch it on YouTube. That's what I like to do.
I'm telling you, now that like you can get, obviously with smart TVs, you can have all those apps, and you can have YouTube up on your big screen TV. Real game changer.
How about that, Doug?
Live streams, post stuff, like instead of watching your phone, because there's some kind of lame about watching some stuff on your phone, like long form stuff, but you can put it on a television set.
Yeah, you can sell in.
Yeah, it's good stuff.
So you can do that with this program as well. The hats that I've been sporting throughout the course of the program are available at tmastlshop.com. That's the handiwork of Chairman Kurt, as is the video on the TMA STL Instagram account. And Chairman Kurt, this thing really has a little momentum. It's only been up for 15 minutes, and this might get you a couple of awards now.
All of this wonderful sports talk we do, I bust my ass, Doug, throwing these clips up there. They get a little love here and there, but you throw this one making fun of Jackson up, and it just catches like wildfire.
It has me concerned that people have been thinking this for a while, and now that this video has surfaced, it's like confirmation of so, and that hurts. But we'll power through. We get back in the saddle, and we do it another day.
TMA STL Instagram account is where you can see it. I guess it's on mine as well. Timothy Michael McKernan. Chairman Kurt does it, and then I just get tagged in as a collaborator, so I get responsibility even though I got nothing to do with it. But Chairman Kurt, I'm happy to claim your fine works. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for our Design Air Heating and Cooling Email of the Day. Ow! Buck Swope and JV Golf Coach tied with 4 wins apiece. In every episode of Columbo, you know who the killer is the first 5 minutes. You know who is going to catch him. You know they're going to catch him, and it's just a matter of how. And that's why Tim is the Columbo of St. Louis.
Here we go.
You know he is going to have an incredible show. The intoxicating part is watching him get there. But this email is about the first time I was with another man.
Oh, naturally.
Gosh. 1984, Rock Bottom Grocery Store, Sunset Hills Plaza. Being a bag-your-own grocery store, the man behind these items ran into mine. As I pushed back his cucumber, he went all Animal House on me. Mine's bigger. I ignored his romantic advances and went to my car. As fate would have it, he was parked next to me. He took it up a notch and started singing like a songbird. He would have made Florence Henderson proud as he started singing Westonality as he poured oil all over the green, botanically seed-bearing fruit.
It's a Wesson Oil commercial from years ago.
Yeah, Mrs. Brady, Carol Brady. It was curtains from my virginity from there because his tight khakis had my fanny wanting, nay, needing some attention.
Oh, gosh. How much longer? Is that about it?
That's it, actually. Yeah, it's from Aiden. Oh, so he shares a name with one of my children.
Yeah, Aiden.
But the last name is different, and it's...
Hutchinson.
No, Ches?
What do you think that is, Doug?
Aiden Shea. I think it's French. Aiden Shea.
Nice. South of France.
Happy Monday, lads. Monday Night Football in downtown St. Louis tonight. The Reggae Boys are in town for the second leg of the knockout affair. Looking forward to soaking it up with the hooligans tonight as we watch the greatest country in the world knock it around at our beautiful stadium. The only thing that saved the 7 o'clock hour from the hot fruit trying to pick up Jackie Blue was finding out that smoke show from the Netflix pillow fight is the daughter of St. Louis legend, that one guy. Coach Drink's FCI is falling faster than Doug's drawers at a tattoo parlor in the Hamptons. Time to get excited about the Duke's Mayo Toilet Bowl. Cheers, that's my cousin Vinny.
My cousin Vinny.
Things that are a huge success. The streaming technology for the fight this weekend. The Cardinals' 2025 strategy plans. Mizzou setting up proverbial offensive opportunities later in the season by not revealing anything in the A&M and Alabama games. The yellow script Missouri on yellow helmets. And Martin's cousin John becoming a Jackson lemming ever since Eric in the Central West End playfully flirted with him in distancing himself from communism. That's from Shooter McGavin, the vice president of the standalone Auntie Anne Pretzel Emporium that Newt built with a water slide into the Mississippi opening Thanksgiving Day.
Shooter McGavin. I don't know about the rest of the stuff on the end of his name.
Brat Doug is my new favorite thing. Thanks, and Ann Young. That's from number one Asian intern Brian Henshin.
Brian Hinchin.
What a weekend. Mike Tyson made $20 million for nibbling on his boxing glove like a nervous bunny rabbit and stumbling around like my Uncle Dennis after 8 Busch Lights. The most entertaining part was probably when Iron Mike flashed his naked old butt cheeks in the pre-fight interview. At this point, betting against Jake Paul is like betting against the Globetrotters. I should have known the fix was in when Rosie Perez and the Stookie brothers showed up. And there I was lying in bed all alone on a Friday night, just me and my double chin critiquing a rigged boxing match while Netflix continually froze up like Mitch McConnell. The microphones didn't work. The main event was a dud, and the production value made TMA look like 60 Minutes. I haven't seen a letdown that big since the 2013 SEC championship game. Speaking of rigged events, Mizzou almost pulled a gutsy road victory this weekend, but they forgot one important little detail called tackling on the Gamecocks mile drive. In their defense, it is difficult to win in the Palmetto State with a bunch of South Carolina alumni officiating the game. The rest were awful, but this loss doesn't change the fact that the black and gold, they're bowl-bound, baby. Winners get washed, but we don't need any soap because Eli Drinkowitz will be bathing in mayonnaise after the Tigers beat the Illini at the Duke's Mayo Bowl. Doug, that's the JV golf coach.
JV golf coach.
And finally, Sadie Hawkins, Doug. 60 million households allegedly watched the 58-year-old former heavyweight champion show his ass and then lose to a sham of a boxing match to a 27-year-old boy influencer on a glitchy pocket tube. Mizzou lost a heartbreaker in Columbia East on Saturday, causing Libby Jack to cry himself to sleep face down on his pillow. But I think the lead is that the Missouri Chiefs lost their first game of the season, which caused a man Libby Jack finds attractive to call in and flirt with him. I know a lot about hijacking the show in the segment before email of the day with asinine questions that are so convoluted that they require additional prolonged explanations. And it's great. How's Libby Jack? We gonna bring that back? How about that whole deal? I get that you're just running out the clock after Martin bails on the show at 10. And someone has to pick up the slack since you don't have your high-usage geriatric pervert to ramble indefinitely.
High usage.
About his golf rival match with Gigi Oak for us. On the trans porn that he watched last night after it just popped up on his phone. But we sitting in here. Tim's supposed to be the franchise player. We in here talking about baths. On Friday, Libby Jack wanted Doug to join in his fantasy about Ben Kingsley taking a bath.
Sir Ben Kingsley.
He said that with a straight face. This is not Balloon Party. This is the effing Morning After. We should be killing time with advice column letters where Tim regales us with secondhand tales from insecure spouses while speaking with his thick Massachusetts Kennedy-style accent, not Libby Jack-esque and Doug, who he would like to imagine enjoying soaking in his own filth with.
No.
Tired of it. Doug, that's Buck Swope, and that's what we have for the Design Air Heating and Cooling. Email today what you got.
As so often is the case, it comes down between Buck and the JV golf coach because they were both good.
This is fun to watch. This is both Scheffler good. And Bryson. These are just two guys battling at the top of the leaderboard.
I hate to vote against either one, but I have to come up with some. I'll say JV golf coach.
I hate to pile on Jackson, but Buck Swope made me laugh. I'm going to go with Buck Swope.
Okay.
The best email is Buck Swope.
Buck Swope is one! Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day, and that means he now has a lead on the JV golf coach with 7 more Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the days in the month of November. James Carlton presents Gabe DeArmond every Monday and Friday here on TMA. He's online at carltoninsurance.net. He's my insurance agent. And if you go online, you'll see he has 400 5-star reviews when you Google James Carlton. carltoninsurance.net or call 314-961-4800. The thing that stands out to me about James and working with him for 5 years is the customer service. And I'm talking about the people working with James being proactive. They're always reaching out when they have ways to save you money. And if you need them, because you're insuring your home, auto, and life, well, that means that's going to be an emergency. They are on top of it. You call there, you're talking to somebody in the St. Louis area immediately. You're not talking to somebody overseas. You are talking to somebody in Webster Groves. 314-961-4800 or go online at carltoninsurance.net. It's James Carlton. If your insurance costs a leg and an arm, call James Carlton, State Farm. Time for us to shut it down. BK and Ferrario are up next. For Jackson Burkett, for Chairman Kurt, for Martin Kilcoyne, for my brother Kevin, for Douglas Elvin Vaughn, I'm Tim McKernan. This has been TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.